We will start. I must apologise, we just had a small delay. If you can just bear with us. Thank you. Good evening and welcome to the meeting of Warwick District Council on the 15th of July 2026 at the Town Hall, Leamington Spa. My name is Councillor Pam Redford and I am the Chairman of Warwick District Council. Before we move to the main item of business, may I remind you all of the emergency procedure for the Town Hall. There are no planned tests of the emergency alarms. If the alarm does sound, everyone present must leave by the designated route via the main reception. If the preferred route is blocked, use the nearest signed alternative route. Do not use the lift. Everyone must assemble at the designated point, which is on Regent's Grove. Members of the public and press should report to a member of the reception team who will be wearing orange fluorescent jackets. Councillors and officers should report to the committee officer. Please do not re-enter the building until the fire officer advises that it is safe to do so. As part of the Council's commitment to reducing the use of paper, councillors and officers may use electronic devices during the meeting. Officers present. To my right is the Chief Executive Chris Elliott. To my left, Graham Leach, Head of Governance and Monitoring Officer. Tucked over there in the corner, not quite in the corner, but up the chimney. Andrew Cornfoot, Planning Policy and Major Sites Delivery Manager. Philip Clark, Head of Place, Arts and Economy. And John? No. He may be late. We have John Careford, Head of South Warwickshire Local Plan at Stratford. And is he coming?
I'm being told no, he's not.
Oh, right. So apologies, that won't happen. Sorry. I have apologies of absence received from councillors Brown, Day, Dray, Jones, Kennedy, Williams and Yella Pagada. Anybody else?
I'm told Councillor Day's coming.
Oh, he's coming. Oh, good. Are there any other apologies?
Councillor Melrose is
Yeah.
she's at late train.
Yeah.
So she will be trying to get
Thank
here.
you. Thank you very much. There's also Councillor Collins may arrive. He's stuck
Yes.
on a plane at the moment.
He's on somewhere, but he's not getting here in time. He's getting here as fast
Is that
as
an
he can.
apology? Is that going to be an apology?
No.
No.
He will be arriving, but
All
late.
right, okay. Okay, thank you very much. Item 2, declarations of interest. Members, are there any declarations of interest? I trust that I can take as read that we have all received a significant level of communication from the wider community on this, and we are all mindful of the rules regarding predisposition and predetermination. However, I want to ensure that we are all confident we have entered this room with a shared view that while we may have a view already, we all wish to consider the information presented this evening and, if appropriate, changing our own view before formally voting on the proposal. Is this correct? I'm getting nods from the council. Item 4, communications and announcements. I have no business under item 4, petitions, and item 5, notice of motion, and I am grateful to group leaders and portfolio holders for undertaking for there to be no business for item 6 and portfolio holder statements, item 7 and questions, item 7 to the leader and portfolio holders to enable us to focus on the main item of business. We do have one urgent item, which is dispensation for councillors. Councillors, as set out in the urgent report, I have agreed to take this report this evening as an urgent item so that if we do approve this, we have the assurance in place to enable us all to fully participate. The report proposes dispensation for all Warwick District Councillors to further participate in respect of the South Warwickshire Local Plan, where they may have a conflict of interest due to their own property. This is because the plan itself will impact on all of us in different ways. Please, can I have a proposer and seconder? Thanks, Councillor Davidson. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor King. Are there any speakers? No. Proposer?
No, straight to the vote.
Straight to the vote then, in that case. Can I have all those for? looks as if it's carried. Thank you. Moving on, this is where it all begins. Item 8. We now move to item 8, South Warwickshire Local Plan, joint cabinet recommendations. As we are all aware, this will be the most significant decision we take as councillors during our time in office. This plan will shape the future of the district, both for the current and future generations. Therefore, we must allow ourselves sufficient time and ability to debate it. I am sure we note the pre-meeting questions received and to thank officers for taking the time to answer these. Thank you. Thank you both. As well as the comments and recommendations from the scrutiny committees at Stratford and Warwick to the Joint Cabinet. I would also like to thank the officers for arranging a WDC all-member briefing held on Thursday, 9th of July, and a Town and Parish Council briefing on Friday, the 10th of July. Councillors will all have seen the recommendations from the Joint Cabinet Committee from yesterday evening for us to consider, and we also have 7 public speakers to address us. My intention this evening is to make a proposal in a moment regarding the debate to enable councillors to speak more than once. I will then move to the public speakers, followed by having a debate and a vote on each of the recommendations from the Joint Cabinet Committee. I do intend to take breaks at the appropriate time. We are all getting very warm now, so I think we might need a few. Are we clear on this? Therefore, to allow as open a debate as possible, I propose the Council Procedure Rule 13(5) be suspended to allow members to speak more than once on each motion proposed under this agenda item. With this in mind, do I have a seconder? Councillor Bode, thank you. Can we move to the vote? Yep. Yeah. That's carried, thank you. I will now ask the public speakers to address the Council for their allocated time of 3 minutes each. Can I first call on Karen Rollison?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Karen Rollison and I represent Keep Hatton Station Rural. KHSR has never organised a protest march or a petition. Instead, we have dedicated 2.5 years to gathering and presenting cold, hard facts that your plans for Hatton are unviable and undeliverable. We have called on experts, from civil engineers to ecologists to assisters, and have been guided throughout by legal advice from a leader in the field of planning law. You have ignored us all. And now, at the 11th hour, your own consultants have confirmed what we have been telling you all along. Hatton is unviable. So now a desperate scramble has begun to rescue the situation, as evidenced by your utterly unconvincing viability position paper. Talk about clutching at straws. So what should you do? First of all, cut your losses. You wouldn't be starting again completely from scratch, because if it is done sufficiently promptly, you are permitted to carry forward the existing evidence base, all done and dusted in 30 months. Pushing ahead with a plan which is fundamentally unsound is an incredibly risky strategy. Some local authorities have become locked in a lengthy tussle with the planning inspectorate, and I'm talking years, not months. And if there is no satisfactory outcome after that, the plan will need to be withdrawn, and you'll have to start again anyway. More delay. but then you will have the added burden of an evidence base which has become out of date. Secondly, cut the plan period to 15 years. This would allow you to remove the least viable sites, including Hatton. It buys you time, whilst protecting some of our most precious countryside. The national political situation could be very different by the end of the plan period. And thirdly, begin a review as soon as the 15-year plan is adopted. Focus then on a longer-term strategy for all that infrastructure which has the longest lead-in time. And whilst that is going on, you've got a viable plan to provide a 5-year housing land supply. There is a better chance of annual targets being met because you've removed the least deliverable sites and you've removed the worst of the impact on the strategic road
You
network
have half a minute.
and on the countryside. Many of you have expressed dissatisfaction with the draft plan, and yet that has been accompanied by a weary air of resignation that you will just have to go along with it. How do you think that this is coming across to the public? So who's got the courage to admit that the draft plan just won't work? Who is going to remain true to their principles? Who is going to reflect on why people voted for you? Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Zoe Leventhal.
Thank you, Chair. Picking up from what Karen's just said, I'd like to ask councillors to consider one question before I turn to the heritage and greenbelt objections, which you've seen in some slides. And the question is this: if I were a district councillor, I would be asking myself one question. How can I genuinely say that this plan is sound to go forward to the next stage when the council's own Aspinall Verde report says that more than half the sites are not viable? Only 3 are, and 3 are marginal. As for Ken 1, the site to the west of Kenilworth, it hasn't even been viability assessed. It's been cut down into 4 smaller chunks on the express assumption of no infrastructure. And we all know that that's not correct. So that's the question I would be asking. I'll now turn briefly to take you through the heritage and greenbelt objections on behalf of the Town Council in relation to Ken 1 for the strategic growth location. It's really important that to understand that the Town Council is the holder of the castle for the benefit of all of Kenilworth's residents. It's one of the most significant heritage assets we have nationally, and one particular element of it is the scale and splendour of the castle's landscape and setting. Ken 1, as you can see in red here, is part of that setting. That's because it's part of the former deer park for the castle, where the rural landscape was used for deer for the kings and other royals to hunt. Rouncil Lane, part of the site, is the Park Pale, the edge of it. It's been an important open landscape as greenbelt for over 1,000 years. As you can see from one of the other slides, the fields in question have a very clear view of the castle, but perhaps most importantly, you can see here, through the window of Leicester's Tower, which was built for Elizabeth I 450 years ago, you can see the fields directly in view. And it's that view that will be ruined by building 750 houses on it, and that's what we've mocked up here. So just to pin that down in heritage policy terms, this is not just the Town Council. This is the Council's own independent consultants in HSSA in 2002. There is little scope for development here. Red. Historic England have objected. Harm the significance, high level of concerns, please remove from the plan. The Town Council have objected, and 217 residents have objected. There are now 2,650 petitioned residents who have written to you to ask you to remove it from the plan. But the Council's response, a short, rushed heritage impact assessment, which is inaccurate and doesn't engage properly with the issues. In Greenbelt policy terms, contravention of NPPF footnote 7 says that if you have a heritage impact like this, it cannot be grey belt. In addition, for Greenbelt purposes, impact on the setting of a historic town is a significant impact, and therefore you cannot have a site like this. The Greenbelt's assessment by the Council, again rushed, says no contribution to Purpose D, which is the heritage
That is
principle.
3 minutes.
So thank you very much. And that's also what the PINS inspector asked you to look at specifically. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Our next speaker is Malcolm Lines.
Thank you, Chair. A number of you may have encountered some friendly faces as you walked through the door this evening. They represent a group called Save Our Fields. And last evening at the Joint Cabinet Committee meeting, I presented their petition, which has more than 2,600 signatures on it already. I'm hoping that the significance of this makes it admissible to be discussed at Council and future committee meetings. In 2015, a joint Greenbelt study, including Coventry, Warwick, Stratford and other neighbouring towns, concluded that the area encompassing Ken 1 made a strong contribution to the purpose A of the outgoing MPPF, which I understand remains the same purpose in the new MPPF. Furthermore, it concluded that the Greenbelt land at that time fully met all 5 purposes. We have a new MPPF, and that signals new policy, but nothing at all has changed about the land in question. Its essential environmental and amenity value to Kenilworth remains the same as it ever did. Within the new MPPF, Purpose A addresses urban sprawl, and interestingly, the Arup study acknowledged that the 2015 joint study was sound, and yet for reasons difficult for us to understand, it now completely ignores the fact that Kenilworth is a large historic town. And Purpose B, there's no doubt that Ken 1 threatens coalescence with Leek Wootton, and Purpose C, Councillor Leventhal has eloquently already covered. There was an urban capacity study in 2022, but it's so far failed to demonstrate local housing need assessment. And meantime, the Arup study notes that it may be possible to increase brownfield land capacity as a proportion of the existing dwellings within both districts. But then it discounts them. This suggests that the Arup report is either premature or incomplete. We seem to have 2 separate local plans, and it's already been agreed that Stratford District has more available Greybelt and brownfield land to offer. One wonders what a plan constructed by a unitary authority might look like compared with what we have today. It's a golden rule that Greenbelt development should contain 50% affordable housing. Do members find it credible that 50% affordable housing can be achieved on this site that I talk about? What's our current track record on achieving that? I'd like to close to say that Ken 1 straddles a national cycle route. It's in regular use by cyclists, horseback riders, runners, walkers, and even, but more especially today, these people are in jeopardy from the increasing rat-run traffic seeking to avoid the gridlock on the major roads. There is a wonderful abundance of wildlife and ancient hedgerows and trees. Some people might even remember that Ken 1 played host to a white wallaby not so long ago.
That is 3 minutes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Sean Clark.
Evening, councillors. There's a slide deck, Ken 1 printed out, which is on your desk if you care to have a quick read. Moving at pace, turning over leaf, isn't this just a case of classic NIMBYism? If, like me, you're not on social media, you'll have missed out on some interesting banter on there. Some people poking a bit of fun at it, but the overwhelming feeling is that there is genuine concern around the viability of this development in Kenilworth. Why is that? If we turn over leaf, I'd argue it's based on logic rather than emotion. There are many residents in Rouncewell Lane who are unanimously in support of the development of 180 dwellings on the old sixth form site on Rouncewell Lane, which is Brownfield, which for me personally, 35 yards from the edge of my driveway. Yet there's unanimous objection to the development of 750 dwellings on Greybelt or Greenbelt in Almany, which, for example, in my case is 0.3 miles from my driveway. Why is that? If we turn over leaf, it's really fundamentally infrastructure. First of all, transport. Inevitably, this is going to be a car-heavy site for 3 reasons. Number one, Farmers Fresh, the abattoir on Rouncewell Lane, currently processing 2,000 lambs per day, permission granted for an additional 1,500 per day. Undoubtedly, there's going to be very many more large wagons going down a very narrow lane. In terms of the train station, to be quite frank, it's quite laughable to suggest that its proximity to the Kenilworth train station is a sustainable advantage. It's a 35-minute walk to the train station for a train that goes once an hour to Leamington or Coventry. So really, it doesn't really cut the mustard if you're a commuter. Finally, schooling. Haven't got the time to go through primary schools, but the secondary school is a 55-minute walk. It's a 25-minute walk to the nearest bus stop on the Warwick Road. So really, it's looking at the cumulative impact, in particularly peak periods. Housing development ahead of the infrastructure is a really genuine, meaningful risk. Turning over leaf, sewerage. I'm sure you're going to say, isn't this easily solved with resource? But if you quickly look through history, the Rounson Lane Abattoir was connected to the main sewerage in the 1980s. As far back as 2003, there was a Warwick District Council report regarding odours in septic sewerage. 23 years later, despite ongoing dialogue between Warwick District Council, Severn Trent and Environmental Health, we're still no further forward in terms of resolving that. And we're talking about Severn Trent, a huge listed company, massive capital, massive resource, managing big infrastructure projects, failed to solve that problem. And we're now adding in 750 houses there as well. Finally, just to conclude, in terms of the SWLP overall, we recognise that as councillors, you've got a difficult decision to make. And I guess at some point you may be thinking, is Ken 1 the least worst option for you? But isn't that saying which train would you least like to get hit by? We understand that there is a cost to failing the plan, both implicit and explicit, but equally there's a much bigger cost if you actually go ahead with a project that isn't viable. And if you think of HS2, anyone working that, I'm sure they'll attest to that. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Councillor Rachel Pope.
Hello, yes, I'm Rachel Pope from Old Milverton and Blackdown Joint Parish Council. This evening, you're likely to be advised that this local plan is better than no plan. We, along with many other parish councils and local residents, disagree. In its current form, the plan is unsound. Our justified and detailed position is set out on our website at ombparish.gov.uk, but 3 key reasons that we wanted to flag tonight are, number 1, it's not effective, as the viability report clearly shows. In addition to the problematic findings already outlined, the viability report also recommends 9 separate areas of work to be completed before submission. The Planning Authority's response is that it will continue to refine its understanding of viability before submission. But Regulation 19 is not about refining viability. At this point, the Planning Authority must be confident that the proposed sites are deliverable and viable. The evidence strongly shows otherwise, and the plan therefore fails a key test of soundness. Number 2, the plan is not justified. This is due to significant flaws in the Greenbelt Review. Arup's assessments of land parcels around LEA1 and LEA2 are inaccurate and misleading. We commissioned a separate independent review from land use consultants, who are the other major player alongside Arup. Their assessment concluded that the land north of Leamington is green belt, not grey belt. When we asked why their findings differed so greatly from Arup's, they identified a critical methodological issue. Arup's broad land parcels include developed land, which reduces the perceived openness of the areas being evaluated. In effect, the green belt has been diluted. These technical findings are buried within hundreds of pages of documentation and have received little scrutiny. As a result, the term grey belt is now being widely adopted, despite LEA1 and LEA2 being wholly green belt, while other alternatives have not been transparently assessed. Number 3, the plan is not consistent with national policy, either the NPPF or DEFRA's land use framework. Just last Friday, in a parish councillors' briefing, we were told that development on best and most versatile agricultural land has been avoided. This is incorrect. LEA1 and LEA2 are Grade 2 and Grade 3A farmland, so they are both best and most versatile land. The tenant farmer there grows high-quality wheat and oats for major national manufacturers, alongside sustainable cover cropping. Contrary to national policy, the allocation of these sites therefore endangers food security and fails to protect tenant farms. In addition, it does not give due weight to the economic and other benefits of BMV land. Another failure is that the planning authority has not undertaken the required sequential test in respect of the decision to develop this land. We have raised these concerns consistently over the last 5 years. There is, however, little evidence they have received the conscientious consideration required by consultation case law. Given the unresolved issues, the continuing release of technical evidence and the need for further work, pushing ahead at this stage risks failure at examination. We therefore urge you to take full account of these material considerations and prepare a plan
That's
that
3
is genuinely
minutes.
fit for purpose. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Mark Sullivan.
Yes, Mark Sullivan speaking for Campaign to Protect Rolling Warwickshire branch at CPRE. And for those who heard me yesterday, I won't cover quite the same ground, but it's on YouTube already.
Mr.
I
Sullivan,
thank-
could I ask you if you could
Sorry.
just speak up? I don't think people can hear you.
Oh, sorry, thank you. Sorry, Mark Sullivan, CPRE Warwickshire. Can I thank you all for receiving the letter that we sent on the 12th of July by email to every district councillor in both districts, and for the replies from George Coucher and from here from Jonathan Chilvers and Ian Davison. I think you've seen all those. And so I don't need to cover that ground. But I will come back to our conclusions. We welcome the plan's content in two important respects. One is it does not put new houses in villages except for local needs, so it protects character, first protected, I should remind people, by the conservation areas for most villages in southern Warwickshire, put in by Ron Norris, the Warwickshire County Planning Officer, between 1967 and 74. That was when we got conservation areas. It's a bit unfortunate, whereas the Ulster and Shipston, small historic towns, are not getting development in Stratford district, there is proposals for housing on the edge of three of our historic towns. That's really Kenilworth, as discussed, North Leamington, as discussed by Old Milverton Parish, and also west of the racecourse at Warwick, which hasn't yet been. So we regret that. Foster Coucher gave two reasons for this plan being a 25-year plan to 2050 in his reply, which you've seen, and he always says this. The councils want certainty, and they want to ensure that infrastructure is delivered or funded by private sector developers. Now, we don't see why a plan lasting so long is required for this, when the harm caused by such a long period is so great, 15,000 unnecessary houses. Infrastructure sought can be achieved with a plan running only to 2043, and I think the Warwick District Greens were right about that a year and a half ago. This plan means, if not reduced to a shorter length, 130,000 more people in South Warwickshire in 25 years, a 44% increase. Public hasn't supported that, and I know how hard, as I say, Councillor Davidson worked to get the plan period shortened. But when we started, under the last government, the plan to 2043 would have meant 21,700 houses. But if to 2050, 30,000. But with the Labour government figure, that jumps to 54,000. So you can cut that back to 39,000. So I think the message is clear. But now, just to say, the sites we suggest to delete in Warwick District are Hatton Station, 4,970 Old Milverton, 1010 and Blackdown, and 1455
That is 3 minutes.
at east of Lillington. But just to say, I don't understand why the Lillington site has gone up by 50%. So we hope after the 7-week consultation period, the public view is clear, and you can insert into the plan before submission what would be the lower figure for a 15-year plan. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers. Can I now ask all those who have spoken if they wouldn't mind going up to the gallery? We'll just give you a minute to get out. We now move to recommendation 1 from the Joint Cabinet, which is to note the importance of having a sound, up-to-date local plan to prevent the uncoordinated delivery of potentially less favourable sites for development and maximise the delivery of the infrastructure to support development. Noting also the particular importance of this, given that neither district can currently demonstrate a 5-year supply of housing land. Please, can I have a proposer and seconder? Councillor King, are you proposing? And Councillor David seconded. Thank you. Are there any speakers? Councillor King, yes, I'm sorry. There's all hands going up behind you.
Fellow councillors, this is a local plan like no previous local plan. The figures we have been told to bear and to place bear no relationship to the needs of this district. They are unrecognisable. These numbers are thought up by Whitehall Mandarin and then yet increased further and further when the new standard method was introduced last year. What has been shaped since then is a plan which will determine much of the development, much of the housing and employment land development and infrastructure and community provision over the next 25 years. A huge irony of what we've been asked to do is that the government claims this is in order to make more housing available and therefore hopefully bring prices down of housing so that more people can afford to get into a house. The big irony, or the paradox in this case, is that for every affordable, genuinely affordable house that we are able to build, we have to build 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 other houses, which there's much less demand for at the moment, in order to get that one house. So we're building far more houses than our actual real need is, which is to get housing for our young people, for people who are moving for employment, young families. We're building far more housing in order to get the relatively fewer numbers that we genuinely need. This presents a massive problem. We must accept that this district is a very desirable district for builders, developers, and for businesses. And whether we like it or not, development will come, builders will build, and businesses will want to bring jobs into the area, and of course, we want them here for the prosperity and employment they bring. And if we don't plan for that, if we don't produce a plan to help them build where we want them to build, then how do we link our infrastructure, our landscape, our allocated areas that we want these things to come? How do we link our catchment areas, our transport areas together? How do we plan where our schools come? How do we deal with floodplains, bridges, biodiversity? How do we put anything together here without a plan which we all work together to bring forward? This is a plan that does all that, and it does it for the whole district. And fellow councillors, you are voting for the whole district. None of our wards are islands. They all depend on the whole. The infrastructure, the schools, the transport corridors, the precious green belt. These are things our district needs and our district is proud of, not just our wards. This is where our duty is to the district as well as to the residents in our wards. They will expect us to vote for the greater good because that's what our community is all about. This evening, this is where our responsibility lies. And without a sound plan, without a plan to take this forward, we just can't control any of this development which will come. I ask councillors finally to visualise the positioning of the ASPS development at the moment. That has caused endless trouble, endless time, endless financial output for a development which we tried to stop and we're unable to stop. This is an excellent example of what will happen if we don't have a plan in place. I refer back to recommendation 1 and I offer that to the House as it stands.
Thank you, Councillor. Did you want to reserve your right? Or?
Thank you, yes.
Thank you. I will second. I don't think I need to reserve my right because you've suspended the orders, but I won't speak at the moment. Thank you.
Councillor Bode. Oh, sorry. No, I put you down. You got Q. Councillor Tangri.
Thank you, Chair. If we vote this down, we are not protecting Hatton, Kenilworth or anywhere else. We are gambling with it. Without an adopted plan, we lose any coordinated control over where and how development happens. Developers will simply come forward with speculative application just against a tilted balance we can't correct, and in most cases we will have no choice but to approve them. We know how some sites with proper infrastructure is now discharging sewage into the main river. That is exactly the future we are choosing if we walk away from this plan. A plan let us demand basic that ad hoc applications too often skip roads that can actually carry the traffic, school places, GP capacity, green infrastructure, and ecological connectivity, and something I care about professionally, the flood risk management built into every site from day one, not bolted on after residents start flooding. Piecemeal planning permission gives us none of that leverage. I also want to flag Regulation 19. Once we move into this Reg 19 consultation, our ability as councillors to make further changes to this plan is very limited. This is too close to our last opportunity to get infrastructure and environmental safeguards right before it goes to the Secretary of State. That's exactly why we have pushed hard to transport corridors, energy efficiency, and affordable housing requirements, and why I will keep pushing on flood risk and drainage standards specifically. It is not a perfect plan. We are being handed housing numbers by central government that none of us agree with, and we have fought and we will keep fighting to reduce that burden and improve viability, heritage protection, and biodiversity gain. But a flawed plan we have shaped is a far better gamble than no plan at all, where we hand all the cards to the developers and get none of the infrastructure our residents need. For that reason, I will be supporting the local plan tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hazelwood.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened carefully to the argument that a weak local plan is better than no local plan. I understand the concerns about delay, I understand the concerns about local control, I understand something of the alternative of transitioning to the new planning regime, which would create maybe a net delay of 1 or 2 years. But ultimately, the question before us is not whether this plan is better than no plan. The question is whether this plan in front of us is good enough and sound enough to guide the future of South Warwickshire for the next 25 years. Now, I accept that South Warwickshire needs more homes and creates opportunities for younger people and families to find somewhere they can afford to live. I also accept that government has imposed extremely challenging annual housing targets on local authorities. However, government did not require us to make housing allocations for 25 years. Government requires a 15-year local plan. The decision to extend allocations across a 25-year period was our decision. That decision increases the housing requirement by around 40% and fundamentally changes the nature of the plan and impacts its viability. It is that decision which has driven the need for very large strategic allocations such as Cov 1, Hatton B1 and Long Marston. Yet we know from our own work, the HELA analysis, as well as much feedback from residents and stakeholders, there are big problems about the sustainability of these locations. We also now know from the more recent viability report that Cov 1 is only marginally viable, Hatton is considered unviable, and Long Marston is considered unviable. We know that these strategic sites contribute relatively little to housing delivery during the first 10 to 15 years of the plan period. So members are entitled to ask a simple question. If these sites do not materially contribute to housing delivery over the first 15 years, why are we making irreversible decisions about greenbelt and agricultural land today in order to accommodate them? Now, the plan contains many positive elements. I strongly support the net zero and energy efficiency standards. I support the ambitions around biodiversity recovery and green infrastructure. And speaking on behalf of many residents in my own ward, we're delighted to see the inclusion of a new biodiversity zone south of Coventry, enabling the reconnection of pockets of ancient woodland with new woodland canopy. I support the aspiration to create 20-minute communities, but aspirations are not delivery mechanisms. This plan still relies heavily on greenbelt and greenfield development, with only a relatively small proportion of allocations on brownfield land. And for a 25-year plan, we have been very unambitious. It talks about focused strategic growth, yet still contains around 90 separate housing allocations. It talks about 20-minute communities, yet lacks the density expectations and public transport commitments needed to make those communities function in practice. And we've now been asked to undertake further work on viability and affordable housing, despite it being clear that viability discussions all too often become discussions about reducing affordable housing rather than strengthening them. So for me, the bar for permanently releasing agricultural land and greenbelt land has to be higher than simply better than nothing. A local plan covering the next quarter century should be ambitious, transformative and sustainable. And based on the evidence on sustainability and viability of key sites, which is plain for us all to see if we want to look, I do not believe this plan meets the test. So for those reasons, and despite recognising the huge amount of work undertaken by officers and the difficult national context in which they have been operating, it is difficult for me to support the plan proceeding in its current form. Instead, I think we should take the evidence we have, the feedback we've received and the lessons learned, and pivot to the new plan-making system as soon as possible.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mateki.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I'd like to ask a question of the officers, if I may, on recommendation 1. It says, note the importance of having a sound, up-to-date local plan. And I agree with Councillor King that we do need to have one. But that recommendation isn't saying that this is a sound local plan, is it? So voting for recommendation 1, are we accepting that this is a local plan? That this is a sound local plan? So that's the first question I'd like to ask before I say what I'm going to say.
Mr. Clark, can I ask you if you'd mind answering that, if you can? There you go. Sorry about this, but we will get there.
Okay. Yes, apologies. I think Chief Exec couldn't see that I actually had a microphone here. In answer to the question, the recommendation is as worded, and you are quite correct to say that it's not, that recommendation is not saying this is a sound local plan. It is noting the importance of having a sound, up-to-date local plan.
Thank you. Where I am on this And I'm going to come back to Councillor King. This isn't anything about it being Hatton being in my ward, but yes, that plays a part in this, because not only is Hatton not the right site, neither is Long Marston. And let's take Long Marston as an example. Long Marston was proposed by developers in Stratford some time ago, and they promised the earth. They were going to promise a link road to the A46. They were going to build it across the River Avon. And what happened? The developer and Stratford District Council came cap in hand to the County Council asking if the County Council could build it because the developer couldn't afford it. That's not the County Council paying for it. That's you and I and every resident in the area, because it is our council tax that goes into there, and it should be the developers that are paying for this. I'm just going to say what I said at a county council meeting recently, that I refer back to all the doorsteps that I've stood on, and pardon the county councillors who have heard this. I recall all the doorsteps that I've stood on over the years and all the conversations and stories I've shared with my residents. And I have only ever made residents one promise in all that time. And that promise was that I would listen to them. And I am listening to them today, not just from my own residents, but as has been said, we have received emails from residents from all around the South Warwickshire area. So today, again, in this chamber, my promise is going to be my duty. And I will not be supporting this going to a Regulation 19.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bode.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment, which I think is quite legal. And the amendment being that South Warwickshire Plan housing numbers have been imposed on both councils by the government, who changed the rules and moved the housing requirements out of metropolitan areas and into the rural areas, who are less able to cope with these significant numbers put forward. That the government puts developer profits ahead of people.
Through you, Chair, that was a lot longer than and very different to the recommendation one before you at the moment, because you are in... My point is, for members' benefit, can you share that so that we can actually all see it, is what I was saying. How you're building that into recommendation one, which is the one before you at the moment. The words you just said. Yes. Oh, I've just... Right, wait.
The gentleman on my left-hand man, is going to...
You have a copy.
He's
Yeah,
going...
that's what I mean, yeah.
Oh, he's going to... I thought you were going to type, you know.
I am going to type it.
Sorry, may I ask a question?
Can we... Councillor Davidson?
Is this an additional point? So we're not taking anything out, just to clarify.
Our technical genius is going to send it around. Sorry, you couldn't hear what part of it? Well, I'll read it. Once they've all read it, I will read it to you. Can I just clarify that you've got this? Has everybody got it?
Okay, councillors, for your benefit then, the proposal is recommendation 1 as laid out from the joint cabinet, plus an additional, which would be point A, that the South Warwickshire Plan housing numbers have been imposed on both councils by the government, who changed the rules and moved the housing requirements out of metropolitan areas and into the rural areas, who are less able to cope with significant numbers put forward, that the government puts developer profits ahead of people. That is the proposal, which has been proposed.
Do you have a seconder?
That's it, you have to have a seconder.
Do I have a seconder for what is in front of you? Thank you. Councillor Milton.
Do you want to speak to it? Do you want to speak to it?
Do we have any speakers? Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. One thing that really struck me, I attended Joint Cabinet last night, and one thing that really struck me was that speakers from every party, and I mean every party, all agreed that the numbers that the government has imposed on our two councils are unachievable, outrageous, you know, just pie in the sky. So I would very much hope that this amendment is just, you know, solidifying that sentiment. And actually what I would hope is that we could perhaps have one last go of having sending a delegation to London, cross-party, cross-council, include our MPs if they'll cooperate, and try and secure a meeting with whoever the new Secretary of State is next week. We're probably getting a new one, to try and have one last go at getting the numbers changed. It seems, frankly, unlikely to be successful, but I really don't think that should stop us trying. I think, if nothing else, it would send a message to our residents that we really do not believe that the numbers that the government are imposing on us are achievable, and they should think again, and that we are doing everything that we can to try and effect that. So thank you.
Can I just ask the people in the gallery, did you hear that? You did. Thank you. Got to Councillor Chilvers. Oh, I thought you wanted to speak.
I do want to speak, but not on the amendment.
Okay. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you. I'm not sure it is an amendment. I think it's a separate recommendation. I circulated to councillors what we agreed last time as our first recommendation. It's the same sort of essence, slightly different words. I don't think we should debate all that. So I'm perfectly happy to second or approve or whatever the separate recommendation that I believe Councillor Bode is proposing.
Are you happy to accept that, Councillor King?
Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I might be speaking quite a lot tonight, and not necessarily for councillors in the chamber, but more for the public gallery to explain what is happening. So, in essence, we had a motion before us, which was proposal recommendation 1. We've had an amendment proposed to that, which is Judy said.
It's another recommendation.
There's an amendment to that. That was how it's proposed. And that has been accepted as a friendly amendment to add to the original recommendation. I'm getting nods from Councillor Davidson and King. Therefore, recommendation 1 is as laid out in the papers with the amendment which has been circulated, and that is what members will now be debating.
There you are, it's clarified. Any more speakers? Councillor Shields.
On the whole of recommendation 1? Yeah. As amended. Yes, thank you. Just to illustrate Councillor Kohler's point, I was going to start my section by saying the government's horrendous, over 1,000 per year in Warwick District figures and double that in Stratford, and the very deeply flawed methodology that they're forcing upon us. And I would agree that we all said that last time. What I thought might be helpful is, so we've had it's almost become like a mantra that's thrown at us, a plan is better than no plan, but to actually think through some of the scenarios that if we don't vote through this to Reg 19 today, what the things are likely to happen. Now, we don't know, none of us can predict the future, so it's all about trying to weigh up what might happen. So what we do know is that this is our last opportunity to go to Reg 19 if we want to get the plan done before the end of the year, and we'll cover that in number 2, about the recommendation 2, about the impact of that. What we are likely to see from the experience of other councils is if we don't approve the plan tonight, all of those sites, the North Leamington sites, the Ken 1, the Hatton, we're likely to see a rush of speculative applications, because it will create that window, and developers will go, right, we've just got to get it in now while we've got a tilted balance against us with the 5-year land supply. There's no point in waiting for the plan, because it won't happen. And so we will get marauding developers come much, much quicker than we would if there was a plan. And they will put in bargain basement applications on infrastructure, because they will chance their arm even more than they otherwise would do if we have a plan. And then probably, can't say for definite of course, but probably what will happen is they will come to planning committee if it's before the new rules, and planning committee will go look at it and go, well, that's rubbish because you're not putting any infrastructure in. And so planning committee probably, can't say definitely, will reject it, and the developer will go, don't worry, we'll go to appeal. So they will go to an appeal, and the planning inspector, they get their instructions from government, and the government's instructions are build, build, build. And so they will look at the bargain basement applications in terms of infrastructure, and whether, as we've seen in the ASPs, as Councillor King has said, as we've seen in some of the Stratford one, as Councillor Tangri said, not even making the developer put in sewage things, and the developer is most likely, following instructions from the government, go, right, off you go, and then you've got even less protection than we do with a plan. And so when we're talking plan, no plan, those are the kind of gambles and choices that we're having to make. And of course, the risk is that for some sites you go, well, we could say that it's not sustainable, or it's only in this bit, it's only in the grey belt on a moderate or whatever. But the chances are the inspector's still going to approve it on appeal, and then we're gambling with all the extra infrastructure we would have got, or we were more likely to get if we had a plan. And so the that's the big gamble that we've all got. You know, that's the scenarios that we need to be thinking through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you. Lots of points made. I'll try not to repeat them too much. First of all, I hope I'm okay to thank the passionate, articulate, diligent speakers and the very huge petition. We can't respond to all their questions, absolutely, because we're going through this, but clearly some were saying no plan is better than a plan, and Councillor Chilvers has just gone through many of the reasons why that's perhaps not true. A couple of more things to think about there, particularly if you look at the viability, the zoning, and Zone A, which is most of Warwick District, and particularly the Greenbelt area, is the one where the house prices are highest. So no plan, what a developer's going to do, they're going to look there, because that's where the biggest profits are. So it is a little bit, be careful what you wish for if you go for no plan and hope that where you are, developers won't come knocking. There was also a bit about 15 years, and as you know, a couple of years back, I was arguing for that, and I think there was a lot of merit in that. But if we go back to the beginning and say, let's start that debate again, who knows what the outcome would be? Probably to carry on as we are, because that's what the vote was last time and the consensus opinion. So although I was keen on that and still am keen on that, I don't think we should just go round the loop again and again. Some people have said a rushed plan. Councillor Day is better at this than me, but I think it's been 5 years in the making, 2 million quid and thousands of pages of documents. It's not rushed, it's detailed, it's incredibly complex. So to say, oh, you've got that bit wrong, which may well be true, that's the nature of the beast. You're not going to do better than that. With the consultants, Aspinall Verdi, they're basically saying, although they didn't put it quite like this, that everywhere in the country is having these problems, that viability is a massive problem. House prices aren't rocketing at the minute, although they're high round here. Costs of construction are going up hugely, and there are good burdens, as they call them, that we want, like biodiversity net gain, which means the margins have gone down. So don't think that we're unusual to have a plan that's not viable at 40%. There are plenty of councils across the country that are going for 10%. So it's not unusual. It's not that we've done anything wrong. It's that we've got our aspirations high. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Day.
Chair, excuse me, it's really a point of order or clarification, if I may. It's material, I think, to the debate councillors are having tonight that we're advised, or at least just simply on the decision that Stratford District Council made this afternoon. Because if they have not proceeded, then this is a bit of a moot debate.
There is an answer to that. So they have actually stopped speaking. I'm handing over.
Thank you. I was just talking to the chairman saying, we're about to have a break in a minute. When we do that, can I see group leaders and the portfolio holder with the chairman and the chief executive in the chairman's office to discuss this? I can tell you that Stratford have approved the recommendations from the joint cabinet. There was an additional recommendation as well, which I wanted to talk about with group leaders first before sharing with the wider chamber.
I've gone over.
Speakers.
Oh, any further speakers? No. Councillor King, did you want to say anything further?
I think everything has been said on this. I would say that personally, and this is a personal reaction, I think Councillor Kohler's suggestion of making a trip down to London, perhaps having spoken to our MP first, is not a bad idea, and I think does send a very good message out to residents. So I, for one, would be happy to jump on that bus.
Thank you, Councillor. I think now we move to the vote if there are no other speakers. All those in favour? That appears to be Unanimous. Somebody at the back there? Yeah?
That's fine.
Are you sticking your hands up, or are you still thinking?
So I'm just clarifying. So I'm in favour of having a sound plan. I don't believe this is a sound plan. So,
So-
I'm unclear what we noted. Yes.
Well, I'll go. Those councillors against,
Do you want to explain, Chairman?
any abstentions at this moment? Are there any abstentions? No. I'm going to pass it over.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
happy? Is carried. Yeah. Councillor Syson, I like the way.
Just as a point of order or clarification, I'm not sure that the members of the public in the gallery or listening to us online are clear about what we just voted for, even if we were. Could you just, explain it to them for clarity? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I could, in children's talk, I could explain it. But if you want it in real detail, I'm going to hand over to our monitoring officer for clarity.
So, councillors, you just voted on recommendation 1 from the Joint Cabinet to yourselves as amended through the friendly amendment, which was accepted by councillors King and Davison, to add the additional words on, so bracket A, in terms of the addition being that the South Warwickshire Plan housing numbers have been imposed on both councils by the government, who changed the rules and moved the housing requirements out of the metropolitan areas and into the rural areas, who are less able to cope with the significant numbers put forward, that the government puts developer profits ahead of people.
Can I ask if you understood that?
Yep.
Everybody understood what we are trying to achieve and what we are voting for? Yep. Yes? Right. Now, as we want to have a little chat next door, I think now would be a good time to have a bit of a break. I'm hoping that we will only be minutes because I am conscious of the time. So if you can bear with us. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Sorry about the delay. We did do it as quickly as we could, but there you go. Recommendation 2 from the Joint Cabinet. Note the background information relevant to the report contained in Appendix 8, including the importance of submitting a local plan to the Secretary of State by December the 31st, 2026, in light of new regulations that prevent local plans prepared under the legacy plan making system being submitted after that time. Please, can I have a proposer and a seconder? Davidson proposing, Councillor King seconding. Thank you. Are you reserving your... No, don't have to, do I? Keep getting.
Thank you, Chair. Won't say too much on this because much has been said already. It is obvious, though, that what we're voting on tonight is whether to approve the next consultation. If we do that in December, we will decide whether we want it submitted. So if you're unsure about the plan, it's then is the stop date. That's the time to do it. We don't have to say no now. I won't say any more for now. Thank you, Chair.
Do I have any speakers? Sorry, who? Councillor Gifford.
Yes, it's important that we note the background information report, and it talks about it is submitting a local plan to the Secretary of State by December the 31st. Yes, that would be wonderful. That would be, if it's a good local plan. Some of us have severe doubts as to whether this is a good local plan. I could support I could support what's in front of the wording here, but that doesn't mean that I necessarily will be supporting, when it gets to item 5, that I will necessarily feel comfortable, or I won't, I suspect, feel comfortable about supporting the local plan going, the publication going forward of the South Warwickshire local plan.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chilvers.
Thank you, Chair. Those of you that were there last night or listening in will have noted Councillor Susan Junid's speech that referred to the new set of rules that will come in if we don't submit a plan by the 31st of December 2026. And she knows a lot more about it than I do, but I will just try and briefly summarise what she said, which was that for those people hoping for a sunlit uplands where things are better in the future, from what she said, sound like, unfortunately, we're likely to be very disappointed. She referenced a number of councils where basically the things are even more centralised, even less control, and a number of councils that are operating under that have already, because they're not moving fast enough or they're not doing the right things, have had those it called in by ministers, and then they've lost control over basically everything: master plans, infrastructure, numbers. She said it a lot better than I did, but she had done quite a lot of research and look into how that was going. So I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news on that one.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mateki.
Thank you, Chair. I can't support this recommendation because you're assuming that we have to submit something by the 31st of December. We don't. We only have to do it if we want to comply with the current rules. But there's nothing stopping us looking again and complying with the new rules when it comes in. I said to some of my colleagues during the break here, if you went to a restaurant and you were served a burnt steak and you said to the waiter, why have you served this? And they said, well, it was that or nothing. You'd probably turn around and say, well, I'd have rather had nothing. So, to turn around and say having nothing is having something is better than nothing is not actually true. And so I can't support this recommendation because I don't believe that it is imperative that we submit a plan by the 31st December. If we roll into the next year and we have to look at the new rules, etc., so be it.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers? Councillor King.
Yes, thank you. I want to acknowledge Councillor Gifford's point because those of us that have attended the various meetings recently have heard some very well presented and very well researched pleas from members of the public on behalf of various parts of the plan. And I just want to say that we are as a team and with the officers as well, and there are many of them who have been involved in this, more than aware of the difficulties we've had considering these individual development areas. And time again, we have asked ourselves, and within the advisory group, those of us here who are on that will know that we have challenged various parts of this plan various times. I myself have had many discussions with Phil Clark about various parts of the development, various decisions that seem to be emerging from the array of consultants and input from consultants. And it is at times incredibly difficult to determine what is better and what is less harmful. And it has become an extremely difficult process because many of these pleas make extraordinary amount of sense, and we know that none of this development is wanted by any of us, and most people who have given time to it understand that it's unrealistic and in many ways hugely unfair. So I would like to acknowledge that for all the points and the trouble that have been taken by individuals. Just to turn briefly to Councillor Mateki's point about no plan is better than any plan. This isn't any plan, and I refer you all again to the hundreds of hours and the professional help through consultants that have sieved through and provided the information to get us where we are now and enable us to make these very difficult decisions. So on that basis, this is as sound a plan that we can possibly get. It might not seem viable fully across the board at the moment, but we are edging there and we will edge closer to getting a plan that when we present it, we feel the inspector will see our reasoning, understand where we've come from, and that in that context, be able to, at very least, perhaps offer a few points that he wants to discuss with us, perhaps reducing numbers or reducing a site, that may be the case. But we have got the basis here of a plan to take to the inspector with a very good chance of getting it accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davidson, would you like to?
Yes, much has been said already, but I would echo Councillor King's thoughts that whenever there's huge development on somebody's doorstep, it is heartbreaking for a lot of people there, and that will be the case whatever plan is done. So we can listen to pleas, but it's asking us really to throw out all the good work done by officers. It's to say them trying to work out the best or the least worst sites, we should kind of do now without going through the detail. Like Councillor King, I've challenged them quite a few times and they seem to know their stuff. They come up with answers as to what the reasoning for the sites chosen. So I don't think to say, oh, let's just stop, let's not submit by December and then start again. Well, what are we going to start on? If we're going to go through the same process, we get to the same answer, we've just wasted a lot of time and in a less good system. So I don't agree with Councillor Mateki saying, if you got a burnt steak, just don't eat anything. Well, I agree with that, but what would happen here is the houses will be stuffed down our throats if we don't have a plan. So therefore, I'm proposing this recommendation as set out.
Thank you, Councillor. I think really we can now move to the vote. There doesn't appear to be any speakers, so all those in favour? Those against? 2, 3, 4. That appears to be carried. Oh, are there any abstentions? No. That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to recommendation 3, again from the Joint Cabinet. It's to endorse the extensive work that has been undertaken by officers and councillors to prepare the South Warwickshire local plan and the previous public consultations that have been undertaken on it. Please can I have a proposer and a seconder? Which way round? Proposing? Okay. Any speakers? No? Councillor King.
Thank you. Yes, it does speak for itself, and those of us close to the plan over these months and years, it's almost impossible to describe accurately the amount of time and effort that's gone into this, particularly in the last matter of weeks. And in that time, I should also say that the burden on officers has been significantly increased, not just because of the late arrival of quite a considerable amount of data, but also with answering the flood of suggestions and aspirations coming in from fellow councillors as they have looked closely at the plan. And that has been much appreciated, and there have been many good points and good adjustments and set us thinking about many different points, which I hope, to some extent anyway, have been able to be included in the plan. So I won't go on anymore. It speaks for itself, but we do really appreciate the huge amount of work that's been given to us by officers.
I think we can move to the vote on that one. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Unanimous. Moving on to recommendation 4. Can you all still hear me up there? Thank you. From the Joint Cabinet again, note the schedule of changes that have been made to the South Warwickshire local plan as set out in Appendix 9, including following the recommendations from the last meeting of the Joint Cabinet Committee on the 28th of May 2026, which include A, the removal of greenfield allocations totalling over 3,700 homes from the plan. B, the introduction of 3 key public transport corridors to increase developer contributions to improve public transport. C, measures to make it easier to sensitively introduce energy efficiency measures like double glazing, page 7. D, tighten requirements for safe basic infrastructure from first occupation of new houses. E, agreed expected affordable housing levels at a minimum of either 30% or 40% across South Warwickshire as set out below. Please, can I have a proposer or a seconder? Is it the terrible twins again? Yes? Who's doing what? Second proposer. Okay. Do we have any speakers? Councillor King.
I will, well, you have said it all, thank you, Chair, but I would add that these are, I think all of them, possibly not 4A, are the results of suggestions and input from councillors. And some of these are truly significant. I would draw your attention to, which one is it? 4D. Many of you will know how problematic new developments are with the issue of adoption and the completion of work before residents move in. This is a perennial problem for all of us to deal with and is notoriously difficult. But putting this in the plan should make a significant difference, at least so that residents now will be assured of safe foot travel, at least, when they are able to move into their new homes. But further than that, it's as it is, and we'll see if anybody has to say anything.
Councillor, do I have any speakers? Councillor Gorman?
I also welcome 4D and the tightened requirements for safe basic infrastructure from first occupation of new homes. Residents in my ward have had to navigate unfinished footways and roads in the pitch black, which is an obvious safety concern. The tightened requirements would mean developers have to install footways and street lighting prior to occupation, allowing residents to make journeys safely from when they first move in.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davidson, did you wish to speak?
I did, but I'm happy to at the end. That's fine, thank you.
I don't think it's... Oh, Councillor, sorry, nearly missed you out. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to speak briefly to A and D. So over the last 6 weeks, as we've said, officers and council put a massive amount of work in to improve the plan, and I think these are some really significant changes. It says the removal of greenfield allocations totalling over 3,700 homes for the plan. That number is 1,291 in Warwick District, removing from greenfield sites. And, you know, we've been fighting to protect every last bit of countryside that we possibly can from development. And I wish we could do more. And I think it's heartbreaking the bits that are left, but I know that I can say that we fought to get every single field out that we can, and that's why 4A is there. On 4B, sorry, the introduction of 3 key public transport corridors to increase developer contributions. Again, this is about, if we're going to have a plan, if we're going to go out to Reg 19, it needs to be absolutely the strongest plan that we can. The previous version wasn't strong enough in ensuring that developers had to contribute towards public transport, particularly in some of the 3 main corridors, particularly from Leamington up the A452 to the University in Coventry, which passes a whole number of sites. And it was imperative that we strengthen that and moved a lot some of the infrastructure from desirable to essential or essential to critical, and included these transport corridors. The other ones are from Hatton into Warwick and from the M40 through Bishop's Tatchbrook into Leamington. So again, it's all about making sure that developers pay their way for those off-site infrastructure contributions.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bode.
Thank you. Looking at that we've 3,700 homes taken out. Well, quite a few were put back in, particularly in Covington area, where in one area 531 houses went in additional. In other parts of the ward, 174 houses went in. So, yet the administration is quite happy to take out these numbers, despite being told that we're struggling on viability and on the numbers, and we're only at 4.4%, and we need to be a lot higher, yet you take chunks out, which doesn't seem to make sense. The areas you put back in on was SGO 6 all have negative residual land values. 174 are classed as viable, and 531 are classed as unviable. So I don't really call that a good job of moving things round, because it's not made things any better in those areas. And it's actually increased the problems of trying to get them approved. So it's very disappointing in that, and certainly won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Margrave. Councillor Mateki.
Thank you, Chair. So, yeah, basically I want to pick up at the same point there. that officers previously presented those 3,700 greenfield homes to us as structurally vital and evidence-based. Now, within just a matter of weeks, they have completely disappeared from the plan to provide headroom. Can't get my head around that one. If 3,700 homes can be arbitrarily stripped out of our allocation under political pressure in under 6 weeks, what does that say about the integrity and objectivity of the original site selection methodology? How will we defend this sudden massive shift to a planning inspector who requires our site choices to be objectively justified and sound? It absolutely makes no sense to me at all. We were already struggling for headroom, and we've taken these sites out because they were supposedly the best. Now we're taking out the best worst sites. Well, why were they in there in the first place? And suddenly we found sites that weren't in that are in. So how have they suddenly become better? It just does not make sense to me at all.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to emphasise point B on the investments in public transport corridors. We've seen we've seen a lot of the house building in Bishop's Tackrock and lots of new residents joining the area, and one of the prevailing issues is transport in the area, so I'm really happy to see that this plan is going to bring forward transport investment, and I hope that we're able to build something that will last long term, that residents will be able to rely on for the next 20, 50 and so many years.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collar.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. Gosh, so much to say. As Councillor Bones said, sorry, let's try again. This recommendation notes that that some housing has been taken out. It doesn't note that in most of the sites that remain, it's gone up significantly. So I can point you at LEA 3, which has gone up from 916 to a minimum of 1,455. That is over 50% increase. Now, I know the rationale that's gone through. So, okay, you're going to say that these houses were going to come anyway. But I also note that the use of the words a minimum of is novel. It's not been done in a local plan that's been approved before. I asked as a pre-scrutiny question for examples of where it has, and none were cited. Some examples, one example was given of a plan that's still going through examination. No other plans were cited as an example of that language. It seems cavalier to experiment with language around housing numbers. I also want to you talk about public transport, but you don't talk about local transport issues, local traffic issues. So with LEA 3, we have raised continually the issues around multiple access points on the site. So Buckley Road and the Windmill Hill mini roundabout. They are both well-known bottlenecks. We've raised them many times. We've previously been told to wait for the traffic modelling. Then the traffic modelling came, except that it only looks at the strategic highway network. It doesn't look at local transport, local traffic issues around sites. So now we're being told that local traffic issues will be dealt with at the planning stage for these sites. So now we have, and it is actually a minor step forward, but it is a very, very minor step forward. In LEA 3, we now have a reference that, in particular, proposals will be required to mitigate impacts on Buckley Road, Gresham Avenue, and Leicester Street from additional traffic generated by the development. But if that traffic can't be mitigated, then the developer will shrug his shoulders and build the houses anyway. The site is not viable, but it will be too late, because it will be in the local plan. It will be taken out of Greenbelt, and the protection that that's afforded the local residents from speculative development would have fallen away. So I'm afraid I really disagree with this this particular recommendation, and so I will not be supporting it.
I know this is probably not what happens usually, but the chairman has got a question. Because I happen to know what Councillor Collar is talking about, and what is interfering with that road system at the moment is HS2, particularly the roundabout that he has cited. Now, HS2 is already 10 years behind, so if we are going to have to put up with HS2 and the problems that that causes and the added houses, can you just tell me if you have actually taken that into consideration with this, the problem of HS2? I'm sorry this is not normal, but I do think this is a question that we need to have an answer to. Thank you. Sorry, that was addressed to... I should have said. Do you want me to repeat that? Sorry, I thought you were listening. I thought you were avidly listening to me. Councillor Collar mentioned the roundabout Covington, the issues with the roundabout, the traffic and everything, which is added to by HS2. Over the last few weeks, it's been horrendous. Now, HS2 is 10 years behind. It is not going to improve, and with added houses, it is going to be horrendous. So has that, the issue with HS2 interfering with some of the development, has that been taken into consideration? And the length of time it's going to finish?
If I could respond, I don't know a detailed answer to that question. I mean, obviously, I know it doesn't seem like that for those of us who have to live with this daily, but the HS2 construction traffic will be finite and will go away at a point in time. The modelling that has been done to support the transport assessment looks at growth across the network over the planned period. In terms of the roundabout, are we referring to the Windmill Hill roundabout? That's the one. I know that, and I've had conversations with various councillors, and I know the site officer who's been responsible for that proposal has looked at it in some detail, and there is a recognition that something will need to be done to improve that roundabout, whether it's signalisation or whatever. It's absolutely one of the schemes. It'll be, I'm sure it'll be recognised in the strategic transport assessment and in the IDP, and I think it's referenced in the wording of the plan itself, but you'll correct me if it's not. But it's absolutely an important junction that will need to be addressed, and like many of you, I deal with it on a regular basis as someone driving around the area.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Councillor King.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clark. I have seen that noted in the documentation of Reg 19, so I can verify that. I would also say to Councillor Kohler that he and I together sat in a meeting with the traffic modeller to discuss those particular issues. So that has been discussed, and from that discussion, these recommendations have been made. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gifford, Caroline Gifford.
Thank you, and notwithstanding the fact that I agree, I think, with much of what's been said earlier, I have noted and welcomed the rewording of section C about the measures to make it easier to sensitively introduce energy efficiency measures like double glazing, and I look forward to seeing what sensitivity means. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kohler.
Thank you. Just to respond to what was said, officer is of course exactly right. The Windmill Hill junction is mentioned in the Reg 19 draft, and it is slightly stronger than what it says about the Buckley Road, Gresham Avenue, Leicester Street chain. It says that it should mitigate any harms that are identified as arising from the development. It does not say about upgrading the junction, it just talks about mitigating any harms arising from the development. So that one actually feels stronger, but the one about Buckley Road, Gresham Avenue, Leicester Street, it means nothing, because it can't be mitigated. So, yeah, it's worthless.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mudeki.
Yeah, if you think that's a problem that you've got there, Councillor Kohler, just think of the problems that the Hatton development's going to have on Warwick. All that development, this park and ride that's suddenly coming is an absolute joke. It's not going to be used. All you're going to do is lock up Warwick even further. There's no way across it. People will be wanting to get to Leamington, etc., to do their shopping, to get to major supermarkets, etc., and there's no way across except to go through Warwick. It is going to be an absolute nightmare. It's already a nightmare, and it's going to be a further nightmare. We've missed a golden opportunity to spread this around. You had a site at Lapworth, which I believe was a lot better. It wasn't as locked in as Hatton. You could actually expand it further in the future, and also you'd have more dispersal of people around there that have the option of going to Solihull, Knoll and places like that, and they can still come into Warwick and Leamington if they want. But the effect that the Hatton site is going to have on traffic around Warwick is going to be absolutely astronomical.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bill Gifford.
Thank you. Councillor Davidson, I think it was, who said that lots of councils have viability reports that aren't necessarily helpful to the before at the time that they produce their local. They go out for the final consultation, but they probably had a proper headroom. There isn't sufficient headroom in this plan. There's less than 5% headroom. The government wants more than 10%. For that very reason, that all these amber sites, where, let alone the ones that are marked as red in the Aspinall report, if those don't go ahead, the development's going to go somewhere else. If it actually gets through the inspector, which it may not do, but it'll go somewhere else. It'll probably go to, because we've put minimum in our the sites which have already been added to by taking them off other sites. The strategic sites are likely to get yet more. I would suggest that Bishop's Taxbrook will find it has yet more. I think that Hatton will find it gets yet more. Sadly, I suspect that the sites to the north and east of Leamington will get more, so that you, by not having a viable, and really the evidence is that the viability is pretty dubious. I mean, our own consultant could only find 3 that they saw as being viable, and even one of those was only partially viable. So, and all of them, I think, were rated amber. I didn't see a green one. So there may be other councils that have had ones that have had 1 or 2 amber or red, but without having a viable local plan, it's an unsound local plan, and I will go into it in more detail probably in the next item. But I can't support 4 because it's going to the 3,700 that have been taken out, yes, we want, but they've been put into areas that are already going to be suffering dramatically. And I suspect they'll get yet more, so I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Day?
Chairman, thank you. I raised this at joint cabinet, but just for clarity for all members tonight. My concern is principally around the contingency provision in the plan. I'm conscious of the political decision and the strategic approach of going in at the very minimum, but frankly, when you're talking about having less than half an additional year of housing land supply when the plan is being adopted, I would suspect the inspector's earliest response will be you need to improve your contingency to somewhere closer to 7.5% instead of 4.48%, I believe. The reason I set that context to my question, Chair, is I would like some assurance from the portfolio holder and the leader that when that request comes, as I'm predicting it will, that these sites for 3,000 odd houses will be looked at again, that it will not be simply a question of going to the sites that we have in the plan before us and increasing densities yet again. I'm mindful, as we all are, about what's happening in our wards, and there is literally hundreds more homes gone into Bishop's Tatchbrook by increasing densities. So I'm asking for a fair go, as we'd say in Australia, if the inspector does as I expect him to do, and come back and say we need to improve the contingency level.
Councillor Codd?
Thank you, Chair. I'm grateful to Councillor Mateki for jogging my memory and making me talk about park and rides. Because in one of the meetings that I sat in with Councillor King, I did ask about what policy changes are required to make a park and ride scheme successful. And it was agreed at that meeting, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was agreed that yes, extra information should be provided or extra text inserted into the policy outlining the lessons learned from the Stratford Park and Ride, so what policies are required. But I can't see that text in the revised documents anywhere. So can you perhaps just confirm that broadly speaking, to make a park and ride scheme successful, you need to increase the parking charges, you need to reduce free on-street car parking, and you need to introduce more parking permit schemes. Is that broadly correct?
Thank you, Councillor Cole. It may well be, but without taking professional advice on that, it would be irresponsible for me to answer it directly. There is some common sense about your points, and I suspect that you and I both agree on many points around park and ride, but as to your specific points here, I would have to take a professional advice on that.
Thank you, Councillor. We've got Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Chairman. The new plan we're referring to here is 3,700 houses taken from greenfield allocations. I can find about 2,300 houses deleted or removed through capacity reductions going through the local plan. So a question to officers, could they please provide a site-by-site calculation underlying the 3,700 figure and also identifying the additional figures site-by-site available already, and I haven't found it, my apologies.
Ms. Clark?
Yes, the 3,700 homes is made up of the, bear with me, the local growth sites not proposed to be allocated, which is table 2 in the report. So that's just under 1,300 in Warwick District and 1,500 in Stratford District, together with some amendments to the strategic growth sites in Stratford. And forgive me, I don't know the details of which sites, but some of the strategic growth sites were amended in size to take capacity out, and that's what takes you to the 3,700.
And
Thank you, Mr Clark.
And could we have that sort circulated to councillors after today? I guess it's a little bit, both the 3700 and also the new sites, please.
Forgive me, when you say the new sites,
The additional site, the additional housing, which sites they are on.
you mean which strategic sites in Stratford were amended?
Which sites were amended in both?
We can get that information to you, yes.
Thank you, Mr Clark. Councillor Chilvers, do you want to say something?
I believe most of that information is in 3.11 of the covering report, table 2.
Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. There's been a suggestion that Lapworth is somehow some glorious bastion of suitable housing development. To set the record straight, like any number of sites...
Can I ask you just to speak up? I can hardly hear you, so I don't know that they're hearing you up there.
It might echo. There's been a suggestion that Lapworth is somehow some glorious bastion of suitable housing development. To set the record straight, like any number of sites, Lapworth has sewerage and infrastructure issues, it has safe road access issues, and there's no pedestrian route between the majority of the houses suggested in the station, despite years of trying to get one. Every site has problems, and making this debate about trading them off against each other leads nowhere. And I think we should all take that in mind.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other speakers? Did you put your hand up, Councillor? Oh, right. Was it just putting your hair down, was it? Councillor, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Lots of debate, quite a few points I'll try and cover, but apologies if I miss yours. We all heard at the beginning of this session passionate residents saying we need to protect green fields near where they are. And that's precisely what we've done by removing, it says greenfield allocations. In Warwick District's case, they were all green belt allocations, or grey belt allocations. So precious countryside we've been trying to preserve by doing that. It's also that we're going all in for 20-minute neighbourhoods. If you have a dispersed strategy, a field here, a field there, and so on, you don't get the infrastructure that we all want. We know we won't get all that we want, but just to have a dispersed strategy is not a good idea. People are quite right that the numbers aren't from nowhere, they've been from somewhere. Councillor Bode said the numbers have been put back in, and this was on the housing densities of the strategic sites, because the developers gave one number, the consultants said another, and I suppose crudely I said to officers, well, can't we have the developers' number? They're far higher, and judging from the last local plan, they tend to end up building more than they had in the plan. So if you have a low number, it doesn't mean you don't get the high density, because that will get put in the planning application. Officers didn't like that, but they did agree to go for the middle number. And in fact, they've been trying to get the consultants and the developers to discuss, and sometimes they have come to agreement and got closer, and I hope that process will continue, so we're much clearer what the actual number is. The other bit is the what we expect to be coming forwards in non-site areas. So that is, we know that there are lots of lots of developers looking around, no 5-year housing land supply, so they look at any field and think, yeah, we'll make loads of money there, let's put an application in. And there's a lot going in there. If you're at the confidential briefing in March, I think it was, Phil Clark gave really quite a high number. So, of course, I said, oh, we can take those out, can't we? And he said, that's not very safe. So the number there that is in, which is 600, is officers believe a reasonable, I would say a cautious number of what we know is going to come forwards anyway. So those numbers would have been there. So you can say it's just arbitrary if you like, but it is focused on protecting the countryside. It's focused on having 20-minute neighbourhoods. And if we didn't do these, those sites would be there anyway. You wouldn't be making any saving by not doing them. The arbitrariness is, I can clearly say, I didn't make any decisions in terms of which sites to come out. It's the officers saying these are the least worst sites. One councillor, not me, did say a couple of sites are the greenest green belt, but that was the only, if you like, and officers agreed, that was the only implication, if you like. So thank you, Councillor Gifford, about the heritage assets. There is apologies for not consulting with you earlier. This is in terms of the Conservation Advisory Forum. I did say I'd do that. It has been rather manic over the last few weeks. I'm told that in a way the key bit is there's technical guidance coming. This is what officers say that will be developed. So if I'm not in touch with officers, do please make sure you're heard as that is being developed. The last bit I want to focus on is viability, and that was the key reason that we delayed making the decision to go to Reg 19 last time. And I think we were fully justified. To be honest, that report came, I think, the Thursday before our full council. And afterwards, when officers looked at it and went through the assumptions, they agreed. Some of them were horrified. There was nothing about government money. There was nothing about any infrastructure providers. So there's quite a lot there that was wouldn't have been wise to go then. So officers worked really hard, know far more about the numbers and what it works. Many of you have said, oh, it shows loads of sites are unviable. That is unviable on the tested assumptions, the numbers the consultants have chucked into the plan. As we've said repeatedly, if you put different numbers in, nice big government grant, county paying for the school or whatever it is, it suddenly becomes viable. And of course, the affordable numbers can change as well. So if they're reduced, things become much more viable. And I know we're really, really keen, we all are, on the high numbers of affordable, that we think it's really important, but we are quite unusual. Across the country, a lot don't make it. So don't think we're unusual in that way at all. So I think we've done really well to get these improvements in the plan. I hope you agree it's been worth going the extra mile, going round them again, so we can try and preserve the numbers. You will note that 5.1a, as amended last night, says about Greenbelt should have higher affordable housing as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Synod?
No.
We've finished the discussion. Sorry, we've got to go to Councillor King. Do you have anything else to say, Councillor King? Sorry. We're going to the vote. All those in favour? It's recommendation. It's another note from the Joint Cabinet. Schedule of changes that have been made to the South Warwickshire Local Plan. Appendix 9. I'm going to go through A to E. I'm not going to read the rest out. A, the removal of greenfield allocations totalling over 3,700 homes from the plan. B, the introduction of 3 key public transport corridors to increase developer contributions to improve public transport. C, measures to make it easier to introduce energy efficiency measures like double glazing. D, tighten requirements for safe, basic infrastructure from first occupation of new houses. E, agree expected affordable housing levels at a minimum of either 30% or 40% across the South Warwickshire plan as set out in that plan. Have you got that? Could I have a nod that somebody is, yeah? We've all got, now we all understand what we are voting for. Yes? Good. We'll move into the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? No. That is carried. That's 24 to 14 carried. Right. Now, at this moment, due to some of the regulations we've got, if you would like a break, I would suggest we do it now and very quickly. Is anybody nodding? Yes? No. Stick your hands up if you want a break. Okay, we go forward. If you all faint, don't blame me. As we move on to recommendation 5 from the Joint Cabinet again. This is one of the recommendations which Joint Cabinet revised at its meeting. It is to approve A, the publication draft South Warwickshire Local Plan, Appendix 1, subject to any amendment to policy HO.3, to require that in Zone 1, a minimum of 40% of on-site affordable housing is provided, with 50% on green belt sites, and sites proposed to be released from the green belt through the South Warwickshire Local Plan, subject to viability, and that the approach for Zone 2 sites also properly reflects government policy as set out in the NPPF. B, the publication of draft policies, MAP, Appendix 2. C, Sustainability Appraisal Report, Appendix 3. D, Habitat Regulations Assessment, Appendix 4. E, Schedule of Responsibilities to the Preferred Options Public Consultation, Appendix 5. F, Equalities Impact Assessment, Appendix 6. G, Effective Cooperation Compliance Statement, Appendix 7. H, the supporting evidence base, together with the proposed submission documents, for a 7-week public consultation period for representations in accordance with the Regulation 19 of the Town and Country Planning, Local Planning England Regulation 2012, subject to the other councils also providing these documents. Can I please have a proposer and seconder? Proposing. Do we have, yes. Councillor Davidson, sorry. I'm totally confused.
I have nothing to say. You've read it out very thoroughly and very clearly. Thank you, Chair. Let's see what people have to say. Thank you.
Do we have any speakers? Councillor Davidson.
I would like to start with one or two things. You'll notice 5A has changed from the papers that came out, and that was from, well, it was from ONS on Monday, and then Joint Cabinet yesterday, that for Greenbelt sites, they should be 50% affordable housing. That's in the NPPF, of course, subject to viability. There is a little issue with Zone 2. That is a bit of a stretch, which is why it's written that way. It needs to be higher than the 30%, but whether it can be up to 50%, it's hard to to say. I do want to mention the Appendix 5, which is Schedule of Responses to the Preferred Options Consultation, and that's because through the work since last summer, officers have used the points from the consultation, but it hasn't been visible, so people haven't been aware what the changes have been. But some of them include revising the weighting of the HELA criteria to decide which sites, small sites to include, altering the boundary and extent of the core opportunity area in relation to the Cotswolds National Landscape, and the vision statement has been substantially reworded, greater precision on environmental actions, including there will be positive environmental gains. However, sadly, the government has forced us not to go beyond minimum biodiversity net gain. Even so, large sites do allow us to create master plans with extensive open spaces. So I would like to thank all the respondents to the preferred options. That has helped us improve the plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davidson. Councillor Milton.
Thank you, Chair. Feels like I'm up first on this one, and perhaps for members of the public, either in the chamber or those watching at home, this is actually probably the key recommendation, because this is about us either approving the local plan to go forward or not. It's probably worth making that clear. I think everyone will recognise from the discussions tonight that this is very, very difficult. I'm just reflecting a little bit on some of the words that have been used when people talk about somehow gambling with our future if we're opposed to the plan. I'm not sure that actually helps the discussion that we need to have, because it is a very, very difficult one. But we do find ourselves in a slightly crazy situation. We've got a plan in front of us that even the portfolio holder has admitted that no one actually wants. And that's a very strange situation for us as councillors to be in. So the process started around sort of 4 or 5 years ago, and I've seen it at quite close quarters, particularly as it's been discussed at multiple scrutiny sessions over that time. I've also been involved in lots of sessions, some public, some just purely with fellow councillors, where we've highlighted challenges, we've suggested alternatives, we've promoted consultation events so residents can have their say. But I think for me, as the process has gone on, there's a couple of things that have become really clear. The first is, and I think it should be important to all of us as councillors, is that it feels that actually, to me, that resident voices haven't really been heard. And I think that's something that we heard this evening from many of the public speakers who spoke so passionately. I think if we go back through the plan, it's actually hard to point to anything or anything material that has changed along the way because of the views that we've heard from residents through the various extensive and quite expensive consultations. What I have heard in lots of meetings, public meetings, I will say that as well, meetings held in public, is that we're hearing a lot about the needs of developers. We're hearing a lot about the needs of land promoters. We hear mentions of the fact that sites are being well promoted. We hear lots of talk about what would make a site developable. We see the removal of options that might be difficult for developers to bring forward. And I have to say, I think we've got the balance wrong. My other concern is a phrase that we are hearing a lot. And that's what I call a bad plan is better than no plan card. I can't remember when that card was first played, but I have to say, to me, it feels remarkably early. Is this the best we can do? Is this the best we can do is produce a bad plan? And sadly, despite officers' best efforts and a lot of hard work, I think that's what we have. If we look at what we've got before us, the headroom is insufficient. The viability is variable at best, with some of our most significant sites rated as unviable by our own consultants. The 5-year land supply is on a knife edge, And that's before we get on to some of the heritage issues that were raised this evening by public speakers. In my view, it's not just that it is a bad plan, it's a plan that's highly unlikely to be declared sound at an inquiry. And if it is passed, it's a bad plan for 25 years. That's what we've got. Over my time as councillor, I've seen a number of projects that the council has been involved in where actually we've had the opportunity to pause, to pull the plug, to take a different direction. And we haven't done it. And in the end, we've had to do it, and it's cost us a lot of money. If we stop this now, at least we buy ourselves 6 months. And we do still have a local plan. We have a local plan that details where our green belt is, for example. Ultimately, in some ways, I do slightly fear that none of this really matters. It's actually the developers and the land promoters who control the planning system. They decide where they want us to allocate land, seemingly. They decide the rate at which that land and that planning applications are built out. In effect, they control whether we have a 5-year land supply or not. And if we don't, let's remember that the 5-year land supply set out in this plan is very, very narrow. If we don't have that, all bets are off. We might as well not have a plan. But most of all, I don't think this plan really helps our residents. I don't think it answers the questions that I've raised for us. So that's why I don't feel I can support this plan going forward to consultation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Payne.
Thank you, Chair. I had some brief points about the specific points in the ward, please. Firstly, on the airport side, I do very much feel as though I've gone out on a limb personally in respect of the former planning application for the Gigafactory, and I think on balance that I don't want to support a plan which allocates the airport land as employment land, despite the long conversations that I've had with officers. I actually think it would be better in the circumstances for Baggington, which I represent, to actually have the possibility of speculative development around other parts of the district and at least disperse some of the risks with an appropriate development. I just don't feel I can go as far as supporting that site as employment land. I just feel it's a bridge too far. On the SGO5 site, what is now LEA3 that Councillor Kohler has referred to, looking through the draft plan that's going to consultation, I'm concerned about the organisation of the infrastructure requirements and how it's described in the plan. In the document, it goes through all sorts of requirements that a developer would have to fund. Just to list them out quickly, it talks about education capacity, health services, junction improvements, buses, cycleways, footpath enhancements, changing cables in the area, a new Covington Community Park and a new Covington Community Centre. Now, I appreciate some of this is funded through SIL or would be, but I think the plan really does need a more, or should have had rather, a more hierarchical, structured approach to the infrastructure needed at these sites, focusing on what's genuinely deliverable and what's genuinely deliverable quickly. Because if I was a developer looking at that site, I would be concerned about the amount of money I would have to put in to get a Section 106 agreement in place that would genuinely cover all of that infrastructure that's described. So I think there's an issue about what's going to be realistic with the Section 106 agreements, touching on what Councillor Matecchia said about Long Marston. And I think, notwithstanding mechanisms like promotion agreements, there's the risk of that affecting sales with some of the land. On traffic, appreciate there has been payment for a consultant, but I think so many residents are feeding back to us in their emails about traffic across the district and risks with traffic congestion that really the traffic consultation should have been much more of an iterative process where we tested the assumptions made in the original, in what the original consultants were feeding back to corroborate that evidence and test what residents were feeding back to us. And as Councillor Kohler has said, it needed to be much more inclusive from a basic starting point, because the consultants haven't actually covered all of the traffic issues relevant to the sites. And just finally, picking up on language that Councillor Davison used about the risk of not voting this through, Councillor Davison said that if we don't vote it through, we're going to have development stuffed down our throats. Those were the words he used. And I just want to say, before we do vote, that it is actually a lot more complicated than that. Yes, if we don't vote the plan through, there will be a risk of speculative development, but residents don't actually lose their rights completely. There's still an opportunity for ward councillors to speak on a case-by-case basis about each planning application coming forward. So it may be very difficult for residents to get what they want in terms of their aspiration to oppose some of the housing coming forward, but it's not impossible, it's just more difficult. So it's not stuffed down our throats per se. If we don't have a plan in place, some of the responsibility falls back on ward councillors to do a good job and advocate for residents. So on balance, for the 3 or 4 reasons that I've given, I don't feel able to support the plan this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hazelwood.
Well, thank you. I'm going to keep this short because I spoke earlier, and much of what I was going to say now has just been said by Councillor Milton, and thank you for saying that so eloquently. We've heard several times this evening that tonight is a choice between having this plan or no plan and chaos. So black or white, and this is a misrepresentation. I think it misdirects our attention. Whether we pursue this new plan or not, we currently have a plan but no 5-year housing land supply, and that doesn't change. If we continue to pursue this plan, despite the evidence that it is unsound, we get the chance to submit it and hope for a friendly examiner for adoption by 2028, although with a significant risk it will be rejected under examination in 12 to 18 months' time. If we pivot to the new planning system now, it will take 3 to 4 years to achieve a different plan, making use of the evidence and lessons learned from the current process. It's a judgment call, and I don't see there's much to choose between the two scenarios. But ultimately, this shroud waving misses the point. The question before us tonight is not whether this plan is better than no plan. The question is whether this plan is good enough and sound enough to guide the future of South Warwickshire for the next 25 years. And as I've said previously, looking at the evidence presented rather than wishful thinking, I don't think it is. Based on the evidence on sustainability and viability of key sites, which is plain for us all to see if we want to look, I do not believe this plan meets this test, and on a point of governance, we should not proceed with a Regulation 19 consultation on a proposal that we believe to be unsound.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I often find it a tragedy that in this process of developing a plan, we leave those in uncertain housing quite underrepresented. This plan builds our future, builds communities, and builds a good amount of desperately needed affordable housing. This plan is our greatest opportunity for helping thousands of people gain sustainable living situation across the district. I also worry that a lot of our discussion focuses on the preservation of today without discussing the opportunities it's going to bring. This plan will provide funding through developers, Section 106, for significant infrastructure improvements across the district. We have 9 new primary schools, 9 new neighbourhood centres, 4 new bridges, new cycleways, investments in rail infrastructure, sports facilities, as Councillors mentioned earlier, desperately needed water infrastructure. In Bishop's Tatbrook, the ward I represent, we've been able to welcome many new residents to the ward over the past decade and used the funding from those homes to build 2 new schools, a new park, and to make major improvements to Europa Way that has benefited Warwick, Leamington, and the district as a whole. I have seen the good that a plan can bring. Over the next few years, this plan will bring additional employment, housing, and quite crucially, investment to our area. And I'm really excited to see how the district is going to grow and evolve over the next few years with this plan.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Armstrong.
Thank you, Chair. There are many, many problems and challenges with this plan, as we've all heard. All of these problems have the same source. There is a fundamental clash between the sheer scale of the housing numbers allocated to us and the principles of good sustainable development. I don't believe it is possible to meet these numbers in what we would all consider a good way. So the question becomes a choice between a plan with the flaws and a hypothetical, delayed, probably equally flawed plan. I hope that Burnham or some future government has a change of heart before the damage from speculative development grows too great. I think the odds are that the situation gets worse, not better, and so I will be voting to progress the plan with profound reluctance.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Richard Dixon.
Thank you, Chair. Today, 15th of July, is St Swithin's Day. Legend has it that bad things happen on St Swithin's Day, if only it would rain for 40 days. Firstly, I want to thank all the speakers tonight. To those of us who are councillors, it's what we're elected to do. To members of the public who have spoken, I salute you for your love of this district and for the work you have done. There are many reasons, Chair, why I'm struggling to consider this plan as presented to us as sound and fit to move now to Regulation 19 consultation amongst our residents. This plan has been described as two plans masquerading as one. It's worse than that. In Warwick District, it's a messy plan masquerading as a recipe for order. In Warwick District, it's a depressing document masquerading as a manifesto for hope. And in Warwick District, it's a mistake for which this administration is responsible, masquerading as solely the fault of national government. Now, today, Chair, we stand on the threshold of a key milestone, here and in Atlanta. Who knows if we'll succeed in moving to the next stage? But even now, there are lessons we can learn. Lessons about not doing things at the last minute, about how leadership needs to be stable at all times, about how to give hope to the thousands of people you serve when they're struggling with so many other things like the cost of living. I refer both to the England football team and to this plan. The question is, who here will be singing Wonderwall to our administration after this evening? I want to talk specifically on behalf of my fellow ward councillors about site Ken 1, where it's planned there'll be 766 properties, where Robert Dudley spent many years before 1575, probably with help from consultants of the day, planning, preparing and developing a brownfield site that would both meet the needs of the person he loved and with infrastructure for Elizabeth I and her community to be the best that they could be. But what have we got on Ken 1? There's no extra educational health and care facilities planned there. There's no 20-minute neighbourhood. There's no adequate mitigation plan for more than 1,000 extra vehicles that will be on Rounsell Lane, Rounds Hill and Woodcote Lane. There's no proper plan for already vulnerable sewerage. This Ken 1 site is just more suburban sprawl, more soulless 21st century concrete. Ken 1 offers no community. At her coronation, Elizabeth I said, "This is a marvellous sight before our eyes." She was quoting Psalm 118. The same cannot be said of this plan. Last night, those of us who were here or who watched online heard it said about Ken 1, we've looked at it over and over and over again. Well, let me say this about Ken 1 just once. And let me speak in the plain language that I hope our Argentinian friends will be using later this evening to describe their football team's performance. It's un Colombo, a chaos, a mess, a big problem on St Swithin's Day of all days. My fear, I've nearly finished, my fear, if this plan is voted through tonight, is that in 2 years' time, when this council, like Elizabeth I, will be dead and buried, the words South Warwickshire Local Plan will go down as the epitaph on the district's tombstone. I'm listening to the debate. I'm hearing what speakers have to say. But our residents and our communities, the people we're elected as councillors to serve, not the planning inspector, deserve better. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bill Gifford.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, like all of us, I expect all councillors, I've had plenty of letters and emails. The youngest was Martha Kirk, who sent me a handwritten letter expressing her concerns about what was going to happen on land near her home. My concern is that we haven't fully taken into account, not just Martha Kirk, but we haven't taken into account the really detailed and professional advice given by land use consultants, for example. It was presented to the council, to the officers. Really, it doesn't appear to have been, they acknowledged it, but they don't appear to have really looked at it or argued against it or shown why they felt the Arup Greenbelt review was better than the land use consultants review. I personally have looked at both, and the land use consultants review, which divides the packages into the whole area into small packages and looks at them carefully in each case to see whether they meet the requirements of Green Belt, is more powerful than the Arup review, which is just looking at the one chunk, and by including buildings has sort of said, well, it doesn't really, it's really grey belt. But anybody with common sense can see that the land to the north and west and east of Leamington is not grey belt. It's, by any standards, it's green belt. You could argue as to why it should be taken out of green belt, but it's not grey belt. The other thing I'd like to say is that the impression I've had is that because of the time constraints, the officers have been forced to really look at the sites which have one or two large landowners, rather than those sites which may have a multiple number of landowners. And I think one of the reasons that Lapworth was difficult was because the number of landowners compared to Hatton or LEA1, for example, which I think only has which only has one landowner. Of course, those landowners will do very nicely, but that isn't to the benefit of my residents or the residents of Warwick District as a whole. We're not here to try and make millions for those landowners. We're here to find the best possible plan for our residents. Now, we have a local plan at the moment. That doesn't disappear if we vote against this I keep on forgetting the terminology, but if we vote against the Regulation 19 consultation, it doesn't, which is effectively voting against the South Warwickshire local plan as it is. We don't cease to have a local plan. We don't have a 5-year land supply, but I would argue that we're likely to lose our 5-year land supply pretty fast, even if we did get this local plan accepted. A local plan that nobody has, even in this room, has really spoken enthusiastically in favour of, apart from Councillor Collins. But other than Councillor Collins, there's been virtually nobody who's spoken enthusiastically in favour of it. There have been plenty who have supported it, but reluctantly, because they argue that no plan is worse than having a plan with deficiencies or whatever, and with the government's numbers, which they don't like. I don't like either, but I think the government hasn't taken into account the changing demographics, for example. But if we go with this local plan, and it goes to the inspector, and it's found to be unsound, which is not beyond the bounds of possibility at all. If it's found to be unsound, the inspector won't be looking at it anyway until more than a year's time. If we have to start with the new system in January next year, by the time the inspector would have been looking at it, we'll be almost a year into the system. I don't believe relying on our existing plan, which lasts for another 3 years, it's got its risks. It's got its risks. We haven't got the 5-year land supply, but I don't think it's worse than going with the plan that's before us. I think the officers had a dreadful time having to rush it through. I can't understand why the government felt it was necessary to change the deadline if they really were interested in. The government, I think, have ceased to understand that just getting planning permission doesn't necessarily mean houses are built straight away. They want the building to take place. I think what's going to happen is you're going to have an awful lot of sites which are partially built. You're going to have sites which have got planning permission and are therefore, but aren't built at all. And you only have to look at Kings Hill, which got its planning permission in the existing local plan, to know that these things don't necessarily happen as expected or as required. And it's normal for, we're talking about, some of the strategic sites have got thousands of houses, and the ones around Leamington coming to more than 3,700 houses. If we were to, they're not going to be built all at once. What will happen is they'll build 100, try and sell those, then they'll try and build another 100. Once they've sold them, they're not going to, they've got to make a profit. If the housing market is poor, if cost of materials is high and the cost of labour is high, the houses won't get built, but the land will be blighted. And I finally come on to my final point, which is certainly I don't know every area, but I do know that in LEA 1, and we have the highest quality agricultural land in Warwickshire. It's very responsibly farmed by a tenant farmer, and that doesn't seem to have been taken into account at all. In fact, the officers seem to have, it doesn't seem to really have impinged, but yet the government says that should be kept. Land of that quality should be kept as agricultural land. It shouldn't be just built on for the sake of, it might help the landowner, it might help the developer who's bought the option on it many years ago, but it doesn't alter the fact that a tenant farmer loses their livelihood, because the remaining land wouldn't be viable for the tenant farmer. It might be farmed by a contractor, the remaining bit, but or it might just sit waiting for the next local plan in 25 years' time and not be used properly at all. I would argue that we need to reject this regulation, 19 consultation. It's a strange thing to say, I'm suggesting we don't support public consult, but we know this isn't going to be genuine, full public consultation. It's consultation purely on whether it's legal and sound. I believe it isn't sound. I'm sure the argument will be put that it is sound, but that's all that people are allowed to come forward with. I would suggest that we need to vote against this, and I'm sure there will be support from across the way. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davidson.
Thank you, Chair. This is a difficult decision, and I think all of us here do genuinely really care about our communities and about our green spaces. But
Councillor,
as
can I
councillors-
ask you to just speak up? He probably can't hear you upstairs.
Is that better? Right, so as councillors, we often have to make decisions on best outcomes, and they are not always perfect. Members here will know that we actually have very little power in local government, and we are very much guided by national decisions, particularly when it comes to housing. As you know, all of this housing allocation has been passed on to us. On planning committee, many of us here have sat on planning committee, and we know there have been many applications that have come through that we strongly and fundamentally disagreed with, and we have voted against it only for it to go to the Secretary of State and to win on appeal. Other times we have had to vote in favour of applications that we strongly and fundamentally disagreed with because legally we had no right to turn it down. And I think we are in a very similar situation here. I think it's easy to vote against this recommendation. I think it's easy to vote against this on principle. But I think everybody here has made a really, really good point for why having a plan is better than having no plan. And I've heard a lot of people saying that this is rushed, and I strongly disagree with that. And there's an incredible amount of work that has gone into this plan. I think, you know, I am personally not shy of challenging developers on poor developments for lack of infrastructure and the impact on the environment. Unfortunately, developers, you know, I've heard as people here say that we use language that sound like we are pro-developers, and we are absolutely not. And that language is what's coming from National. You know, I couldn't care less about developers' profits, and I have argued for that on viability. And unfortunately, saying developers can have 1% profit is not something that I am legally allowed to do. So I do think that if we have no plan, we are gambling on houses going up anywhere with no infrastructure, which we have seen happening already across Warwick District. In Radford Assembly, we've got, in my village where I'm elected, we have got a couple of sites that are proposed. And whilst, yes, our residents don't want it and the parish council aren't particularly happy, they are pleased that there is a plan and that it's not going to be developed between, you know, Radford and Leamington and creating this village to merge into the town centre. So yeah, I think voting against this plan is a huge gamble for you and for your residents. I think we share the same concerns, and you know, building on a countryside is heartbreaking, but we do have housing allocations that we do need to reach. And that is why I'm really proud of all of our colleagues that have pushed really, really hard to increase the density of housing so that we can remove some of these greenfield sites. And I'm a bit lost on some of the points that have been made, because it sounds like some people are saying they want to put more greenfield sites back in to increase the numbers. And now I find myself quoting a Lib Dem councillor. But last night, the leader of Stratford District Council, Councillor Susan Junod, set out so clearly that if you think better times are coming, this is delusional. The new rules for local plans look like we would have less control on master plans and where houses would go and how many. And this is a gamble that I am not willing to take. Delaying this could have even more catastrophic impacts for our towns. I think we have done all we can to make this plan as legally sound as we can. Even if I fundamentally disagree with the targets that are set by national government, I do agree that we do need more housing, Councillor Collins. I'm not against that. However, I do think the amount of housing is too much. And I do agree with Councillor Azelwood that we should have made this a 15-year plan, but unfortunately, whilst the Greens voted in favour for that, the other parties didn't, and this is where we are now. So I strongly agree that this plan is the best option we legally have, and I urge you to consider the impact of voting against this that it would have on your local communities.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Collar.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to start with something positive. I am very pleased that the joint cabinet yesterday agreed with overview and scrutiny that the NPPF golden rule about affordable housing on land taken out of the green belt being set at 50%, subject to viability, should be reinstated. I really don't understand why it was ever thought that it shouldn't apply, but I'm very pleased that it has been reinstated. As Councillor Milton and others have said, this is the key decision. So this recommendation is the absolutely key one. We have heard from a number of public speakers, we've heard from a number of councillors about issues with sites that seem quite fundamental. So we've heard extensively about Hatton, we've heard extensively about Chem 1, we've heard extensively about LEA 1 and 2. LEA 3 has been mentioned, not just by me, but by others as well. And it's also worth noting that that site was removed by the inspector at the examination stage last time round. And the viability report beyond those sites says many other sites are not viable. And, as has been said multiple times, the headroom is too low. The letter from the planning inspector said it should be at 10%. The last local plan had it at 7.5, we're at 4.4. So, I truly believe that a significant number of sites are not going to survive the examination. They are going to get taken out. The examiner is going to say, Ken 1 should not go forward. He's going to have something to say about Hatton. I have no idea what. I'm sure he's going to agree that LEA 1 and 2 aren't grey belt, they are green belt. And I don't know what the implication of that will be. But I truly believe that a significant number of sites are not going to survive the examination. It's also clear, the leader of the council has made it clear, that if we approve this recommendation and we go forward with the consultation, the plan is going to continue to evolve. During the consultation, up to the date of submission, probably up to the night before the start of the examination. And then it's going to hit contact with the inspector, and it's going to change more. So the best case scenario is that when the inspector says these sites need to come out, find some new sites to go back in, that there'll be some bargaining. The worst case scenario is he just chucks it out and says this is so far short of being sound, it's not even worth going through that process. It's also stark that I don't know if you'd be pleased or not, but I've been listening to what you've been saying as portfolio holder. You've said no one wants this plan. You've said the government has no right to dump this on us, this being the housing numbers. You said none of us want this development. And I appreciate the honesty. But we also seem to be thinking that the deadline for this plan is sometime next year when the examination starts. The deadline is now. We need to be saying that we believe this is a sound plan now. And officers have worked incredibly hard to produce a sound plan as they possibly could. But I'm afraid I just feel that this plan falls so far short of being sound, I just have no option but to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and keep my comments brief because a lot of people have said a lot of things I was going to say already. Just to address at the start a couple of things, just picking up on things that have been said. It's not easy to vote against on something like this. We take it very seriously when you have to consider, and especially the amount of work that's gone in, the amount of hours people have spent scrutinising, and the amount of meetings we've had to discuss this. It's not an easy thing when you're looking at the future of the district. And as somebody said earlier, this is one of the biggest fundamental decisions that we'll take as a council. So it's not easy. And there's been some allusions about saying it's not a rushed plan. It's not a rushed plan, but some of the deadlines that have to be met. Things have been rushed to achieve them, with documents coming in at intervals of which have really been difficult to keep on top of when you're trying to assimilate all the information and understand it. When I was looking at how I was thinking about voting, one of the things I did was go back to look at my original objections and the objections of the residents that I represent. And I came to a very similar conclusion to that Councillor Milton articulated earlier, which is I don't genuinely think a lot of those objections have been heard. In LEA 3, for example, we're looking at, which Councillor Kohler's just mentioned as being chucked out the last time this was up for inspection, up for the inspectorate. We're talking about infilling Lillington to Covington. The distinct identities will disappear. If we look at the transport infrastructure, again, this is something that really hasn't been factored in, that North Leamington doesn't have the, not only does it not have the services that we require, it doesn't have major retail. It doesn't have the jobs and services that people who live there will require. Where will they go? They'll go south of the river. In order to go south of the river, where will they go? They'll go down Leicester Street, which Councillor Kohler has already mentioned. And this question, if I go to residents and they say to me, what will happen when they put houses up on Buckley Road, next to Buckley Road, or what will happen with Leicester Street, I'm supposed to say to them at the moment, I don't know. That's just not good enough. It's just not good enough. And I take the point, I've talked a lot about my ward, and I take the point that Councillor King made at the start of today's session when he talked about none of our wards are islands. I completely agree. But if you think about the problems with transport and infrastructure, when I quote Joni Mitchell, you pave paradise and you put up a parking lot. That parking lot is my ward and your ward, because it will be the cars coming from North Leamington that will be sitting in the centre of Leamington and going nowhere, increasing pollution levels, causing gridlock, and causing major, major problems, because as far as I can tell, this plan doesn't address those issues. So for all of the reasons that have been said already by a lot of my colleagues on this side, I feel I can't support the plan as it stands at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Muteki.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be quite brief here. I think a lot has been said, and I agree with a lot has been said, and I'd agree. I think Councillor Milton, you summed it up absolutely really well at the start. So thank you for that. And I also agree with Councillor Day, what he said about this is not going to get passed by the inspector. But I just want to bring a couple of issues in. We heard Councillor Collins talking about this plan's going to bring in desperately needed houses. This plan's not going to do any of that. Developers bring houses. If we can't attract the developers today with figures at what, 80% less than what we're asking to do in the future, we're not going to get them later either. It's developers that actually bring the homes forward, not a plan. And we've had this sword of Damocles hanging over us about, if we don't pass this plan, then we're going to get all these speculative developments. Well, I agree with what other council have said. How long is it going to be into this plan before we've no longer got a 5-year land supply? And not only are we going to be in the same boat as we're in now, with speculative planning applications, but we're also going to have a bad plan as well. I also agree this plan hasn't been rushed. And I think this is where maybe terminology is wrong. This plan hasn't been rushed. As I think Councillor King or Councillor Davidson said, it's been in the making for 5 years. Actually, it's been the opposite. We've missed deadline after deadline after deadline. We should have been here 6 months ago, not today. The rushed element is now. And not only are we saying it's not complete, have a look at the next recommendation. The next recommendation is to delegate authority to the head of place to ensure that this plan is as robust as possible. So even the Joint Committee doesn't believe that it's robust, because the next recommendation is that we give away our authority that we should be having today to somebody else. Why isn't it all here today that we can sit and say we should be voting on this today? So even the Joint Committee Joint Cabinet do not think that this is a robust plan. Why should we give away our right to an incomplete plan today when we all know that it's not right? And for that very reason, there's no way I can support the Regulation 19 consultation.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bowles.
I'll do that. Well, we've heard tonight lots of reasons why we've got to have a plan. And the assumption that the plan will go through the process. Well, there's quite a few of us here who've given clear statements on what we've read, that there's insufficient information for it to actually go through and be accepted. So there's a fair chance it will be rejected at the first hurdle, and the first one being the land supply. 4% we're on now. Another excuse people give, oh, well, we'll have a 5-year land supply. Well, what gives you a 5-year land supply? It gives you willing developers developing and building. What's happening now? Developers in Kenilworth have stopped building because they can't sell. So when we have a new polished plan, assuming you get over the first hurdle, which I have some doubt about, how are you going to get these developers developing? Because we're not doing it now. What's going to change? How's that going to make a difference? We have the viability report, which you can take it or leave it, but we've heard 2 versions of the viability report of what's in the calculation. One makes a substantial difference over the plan that we had, but have we had time to analyse them? No idea, because we've not seen them. And that's again, and Councillor Matetsky is right, the plan wasn't rushed, and I've sat through enough meetings to know that. But we get to the end, because we've missed deadlines coming through, that the last bit's all squeezed in, and we get the information from consultants coming in the last month, where it's got to be looked at and analysed quickly. That's not a good way to develop a plan. Now, we've taken 3,700 homes out across the piece, and we're now relying on unidentified sites coming forward as windfalls to our headroom. So these could be sites anywhere we've not even looked at, potentially. So that's not good. The funding of the infrastructure is not clear. It's unsound. Traffic. There's been quite a few councillors late getting to council meetings in the last week or so. We haven't built anything yet. And the traffic journey times are predicted to increase by 25%. Well, you've seen what it's like now. Wait to see what it's like later. We look at transport and traffic, and we look at sites which I know particularly well in North Leamington, Milverton, where you're coming out onto Milverton Lane. And then you've got to drive round to Rugby Road and try and do a right turn to get to Warwick. That's going to be an improvement, building all these houses there, emptying out onto that road. So we'll have traffic lights, no doubt, which again will add to the 25% slowdown in traffic movements. I already said the headroom. Planning inspectors tipped us off and said, you need 10% or thereabouts. And what are we going with? 4.4. Well, if that doesn't trip us up, I'll be amazed. We know that we talk about transport and having probably bus lanes. Well, I can tell you now that the reliability of the bus service from Leamington to the far reaches of Covington is non-existent. the service that we had going down into Pound Lane, where all the pensioners live, was taken off after 5 years when the planning subsidy was removed, because it was at the end of its period. How are we going to work to prevent that? I don't know. What's even more interesting is that local government review. No one's mentioned that. No one at all has mentioned that. So what's going to happen? It's going to be a much bigger, whether it's going to be all of Warwickshire or half of Warwickshire. It's going to be a much bigger area where there's ability to actually develop rather than destroy. And this plan is a destroying plan on the environment we know and that our own residents love. And you get to talk, well, there's going to be a park. Well, the bad news is they already walk across the field. So putting a park in is no benefit. None of them at all, because the public rights of way and they're extremely well-used footpaths. So there's lots of things that need to be done and changed. And we do have our current plan can last for 3 more years. We can update that and look at how we get around it, because I doubt with local government reorganisation and everything else going on, much will happen for a couple of years. But we wait and see. The government wants to build all these houses. Hasn't actually said who's going to build them. Because the trades are all getting to late 50s, early 60s and deciding to retire. So where are they coming from? Perhaps we're going to have people come from Poland. Oh no, we probably won't, because that's bringing people in. So this plan is fraught with danger and actually writes on its face that, oh, look at us, we haven't got the land supply, firebids is a load of rubbish, not sure about transport or anything else. This is going to be a plan of the Green Party and Labour administration. That's who's going to be responsible for putting it through.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chilvers.
Thank you. I want to talk a little bit about viability, because a number of you have said, all of these, the sites aren't viable, and as has been mentioned, there is that viability position paper, which shows that route towards viability, because there are some things that we can't change about viability, and because the government insists on putting a 15% profit in for the developer, even at the expense of infrastructure. So they're basically putting that profit ahead of infrastructure. I think that's morally repugnant. We can't change it. I've tried. They will not change those assumptions. We've managed to get that profit reduced from 20 to 15, but they won't go any lower. However, the bit that we can change is set out in 3.3 of that viability position paper, which does say what happens when we get grants for affordable housing in particular, and it covers there are other areas too. And so 29% in Stratford upon Avon and 27% in Warwick District over the last 5 years of our house building has received grants from the government. And those grants per house in 25-26 were between 62,000 and 88,000 per house. That has a massive impact on viability in terms of knocking on. Now, why Aspinall Verde refused to put that in, I don't know, but they did. But we can trace that route to viability. So saying, oh, none of the sites are viable, actually isn't accurate when you take the Aspinall Verde with the position paper. We've talked a lot about the risks. So moving on, talked a lot about the risks and the gambles of a plan. And we talked about those judgments and what becomes more difficult and which judgment to make. But the gamble, if you choose to not pass the plan, is that lack of infrastructure. So you just said the traffic will get longer by 25%. Well, what's it going to be like if you take that gamble and we don't get any infrastructure on those North Leamington sites? It's going to be even longer traffic jams that we'd be responsible for by not having a plan. And you said things, and this is the key thing about the plan, isn't it? It's only worth doing a plan if we can strengthen the requirements for infrastructure and get them in early. And that is what we've been trying to do to strengthen it. I really welcome the recommendation from the Stratford ONS to turn some of those shoulds and woulds into even stronger. And that is what we have been doing on infrastructure, especially over the last 6 weeks, moving things up to that critical level, which means they have to get in before first occupation. And you said, Councillor Bode, with the buses, they got taken away after 5 years. How are we going to solve that? Well, what we've done is said that that has to be in there for the lifetime of the plan. Now, the details of that have to be worked through the agreements, but that is the kind of thing that has gone in to strengthen the infrastructure requirements. And if we don't have those things, and we don't have the plan, then we're taking that gamble and not getting it. I'm not saying a plan is perfect. I'm not saying we're going to get everything, but that is our best chance of getting the infrastructure that we so desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Chair. Number one, I just want to appreciate all the work from officers, obviously with the numbers that's been spoken previously, and the ridiculous high numbers that we've got. I'll keep mine very brief. So my concern with the plan so far is at this stage, we should have a plan that is watertight. And we should have a plan that isn't being challenged by residents and by groups with some really valid questions that they're not only asking now, but have asked over a number of years that haven't been answered or haven't been given resolution to. We have the comment earlier on around that this was good for our businesses. My challenge is how is it good for our businesses? How are people going to be able to get into towns and villages in terms of being able to work, because the roads are going to be gridlocked because of the lack of infrastructure in the plan so far in terms of doing it. We also talk in terms of the importance here, for our children going to school. There's no detail there in terms of where those children will go to school once those houses appear, and also in terms of how they'll safely get there with some of the sites that have been put forward, including Chem 1. Also hasn't been discussed is the challenge for our medical centres and hospitals. The increased numbers, nothing in there in terms of the increase in terms of centres for Warwick Hospital or the hospitals in the area. So that's my concern in terms of the lack of infrastructure and for schools around the District Council. The final point for me is the credibility of this council. With the exception of Councillor Collins, who I think is reading a different plan, every single member who spoke in support of the council, support the plan so far, has made excuses for it. We should have a plan at this stage that we're proud of, that we support, that we know is going to work, not a plan that we're apologetic for or embarrassed by. And the plan we have in front of us at the moment, to everyone that's spoken so far, has made excuses about the plan that is being delivered. And to me, as a councillor, that's not acceptable. That's not something that I'm going to sit here as a district councillor and say, this is the right plan that we should be delivering for our residents and for our businesses. And therefore, for that reason, and for the comments made by people who support us tonight, I can't support this plan.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Chairman. It was back in 1986 that I first came across something called the Abilene paradox. For those who aren't familiar with it, 4 people sitting comfortably at home in Texas casually suggest a trip to Abilene. Nobody individually objects, and nobody really wants to go. Each assumes everybody else does. They endure a long, miserable journey before finally admitting, once they return home, that none of them wanted to make it in the first place. This can be summarised as sometimes people or organisations end up doing something that almost nobody believes is the right or best course. I worry clearly that we are very much in that position tonight. But before I go any further, I want to thank our officers. Over the last 5 years, they have worked extraordinarily hard, and over the last 18 months in particular, have found themselves placed in an almost impossible position. What follows is not a criticism of them, but of the position they've been placed in. As we all know, after the council had already spent 3 years preparing this plan, the Labour government suddenly increased South Warwickshire's housing requirement by 80%. 80% overnight, officers had to find 24,000 homes. That is not local planning. It is Soviet-style central planning, imposing housing numbers with little regard for local infrastructure, local need, or the ability to deliver needed new local housing. The public response tells its own story. The parliamentary petition calling on the government to pause these imposed housing targets has attracted more signatures from Kenilworth and Selden than from any other constituency in the country. Stratford-on-Avon is second, also by a wide margin. North Cotswolds is third, and Warwick and Leamington is also in the top 10. Whatever our individual views, that demonstrates the strength of feeling across South Warwickshire. My concern tonight is a simple one, that recommendation 5 asks us to approve the version of the local plan the councils intend to submit for examination. I am not yet convinced that the evidence underpinning that decision is sufficiently mature. Obviously, I'm certainly not alone in having concerns. We've heard residents tonight, parish councils have concerns, the CPRE does. Overview and scrutiny raise concerns about deliverability. Even from members, we have heard phrases such as the least worst plan, and I don't like it, but, and very, very difficult. Those are not exactly ringing endorsements. When I read the supporting papers, I see a common theme. The evidence base is still evolving. Viability work has only recently been revised. Important transport proposals remain under development. Many infrastructure schemes depend on third parties over whom the council have little or no control. The infrastructure delivery plan is repeatedly described as a live document. Indeed, I stopped counting at 16 for the number of significant pieces of work that remain incomplete or even to begin. None of these issues taken on their own is necessarily fatal to the plan, but taken together they leave me asking whether we are really looking at a regulation document, a 19 document that is ready to move towards examination, or a very good draft that still needs further work. I also worry that as the local plan has evolved, more and more of the critical detail has moved outside the local plan itself. Increasingly, we are directed to the infrastructure delivery plan or the Strategic Transport Authority, rather than finding clear commitments within the plan. That undoubtedly does provide flexibility, but flexibility also creates uncertainty. For a development programme of this scale, council should be confident not only that infrastructure can be delivered, who will deliver it, when will it be delivered, how it will be funded, whether the analysis is well funded. It's easy enough to illustrate from examples from my ward, and indeed I expect every councillor can give similar examples. A park and ride beside Hatton Park suddenly appears in Birmingham Road, despite spare capacity at Warwick Parkway car park. No consultation. Land south of Chichester Lane and Hampton Magna appears and then disappears, again without consultation. Land east of Wellesbourne Road at Barford suddenly appears, despite being less than 200 yards from the proposed sand and gravel quarry, with the associated risk of inhaling dangerous silica dust. Again, no consultation. Technically, these could be said to have formed part of Regulation 18, as officers commented at ONS earlier this week, but they were buried in the Heller analysis that most residents never knew existed, let alone read. And even when the consultation occurs, we're still left wondering how criteria have been met. We've heard a lot about Hatton and Newtown tonight, but it illustrates the wider challenges facing the plan. It is currently the best and most versatile agricultural land, yet ironically, according to the council's own evidence, it is the highest carbon emitting of the major strategic allocations. Its success depends heavily on substantial improvements to the railway, yet it remains far from clear whether those improvements are deliverable. Additional capacity, signalling works, station improvements, and major investment will all be required, but there's still no certainty of whether they are achievable, who would fund them, or who would ultimately deliver them. Officers themselves acknowledge that the cost-benefits business case still have to be developed. The road network raises similar questions. Road connectivity remains weak, important junction improvements are still evolving, and significant parts of the highway package are not yet reflected in the infrastructure delivery schedule. A spine road has been added recently, but how and where it joins the existing network is unclear. And the vision of the 20-minute neighbourhood that several people have talked about tonight at Hatton is more like a mirage across much of the development, particularly in trying to reach the railway station or the proposed secondary school from the further reaches of the development, which is more like 30 to 40 minutes. Even the map presented to councils doesn't match the master plan description or the infrastructure delivery plan and omits the existing village of Hatton altogether. Yet Hatton remains one of the largest allocations in the plan. It is such a significant allocation that the inspector ultimately concludes Hatton is not soundly prepared. The consequences for the wider plan will be profound. We've been hearing tonight that without this plan, we risk continuing to speculative development until the plan is adopted, probably in March 28, so 21 months' time. But if we submit a plan before it is genuinely ready, only for it to fail examination because too many uncertainties remain unsolved, we could easily find ourselves still in exactly the same position, having lost another 18 months. That is why I asked other officers to elaborate on the ONS comments as to what would happen if Warwick District restored a 5-year housing and land supply before adoption of a new plan, given all the speculative developments coming forward. In essence, the existing local plan would have weight. I quote, "The policy of the current local plan could continue to apply, along with NPPF, until such time as either A, we adopt the new plan, or we again get into a situation where we don't have a 5-year housing and land supply." And the reply goes on to say, or the end of the current local plan in March 2029. That suggests there is another possible route. Rather than pressing on with a plan that still contains significant uncertainties, we could begin preparing a new plan under the post-December 2026 system, giving ourselves an 18-month head start towards adoption in 2029. Otherwise, we risk arriving in 2028 having lost valuable time and still without an adopted plan and no prospect of one before mid-2030. Chairman, this is not about whether we need a local plan. We do. We've voted on that tonight. Nor is it a judgment on our officers. It is a judgment on whether this document is sound enough to eventually become the council's local plan. For me, there remain too many assumptions, too many unresolved risks, and too much evidence that's still evolving for the plan to be found sound. I fear that while councillors recognise these weaknesses, yet because of the government's deadline, the fear of speculative development, the understandable desire to simply keep moving, we convince ourselves there is no alternative. That is precisely how people ended up driving to Abilene, not because it's the right destination, but because nobody wants to be the first to suggest turning back. I do not believe we should be making that mistake tonight, and I will not be supporting recommendation 5.
Thank you, Councillor. I have another 6 speakers after which I intend to draw this debate to a close. I think we've all said quite a lot. We've still got some more items to go. You're looking very puzzled over there. Is it? No. Oh, okay. Right. So the next speaker is Councillor.
You'll all be relieved to know that I do not have a prepared speech. In fact, I came into tonight, Chair, with a completely open mind to hear what everyone's views were, so I haven't got anything really clever to say. What I would say is I think I'm the only Australian in the room, and I can't believe that all you Englishmen are sitting here while your team is out there playing the biggest game. So if I could just comment on that as a non-English person, that's amazing. You guys are amazing. The fact that you're prepared to commit the time, not just tonight, but as Councillor Milton has reminded us, tens and 20s and hundreds of hours in scrutiny meetings, and as we've been reminded, over the past 5 years has gone into building the plan as it is. Now, we've all been brilliant tonight, I thought, in bringing forward all the faults and things that we don't like about it. We've played to our respective ward members, have spoken about the projects in their own wards, and we've all got those points across, and I'm no doubt that'll be appearing in future election literature. So well done, everybody, for that. Tick in the box. The point is, there was a few in this room that were around when we did the last local plan. I don't think anyone in this room has been, as a ward member, more affected by the last local plan. Now, a plus is I've got another ward member. So we've got 2 for Bishop's Tatchbrook. But there were many other pluses as well. The challenge at the time for me, and it's one that I just wanted to share with you as you reflect on how you want to vote on this tonight, was to rise above the ward issues, to step back and actually look at the whole district and where the plan puts the district. Remember, it is probably, and I know the housing guys are going to disagree with this, but I think planning is our most sacred and most powerful power. It's the thing our residents look to their district council to do. Now, I know we're a bunch of dodos. We're going to be gone in days, okay? But let's not give up now. The fact is, we have fought the battle that your football team is fighting right now on the pitch. Scrappy, dirty, so I'm hearing from my neighbours. You know, they're not letting the Argentinians run all over them, and nor should we. The point here is who's going to design our communities? Is it going to be local people, or is it going to be Westminster? If we stop now, if we give up and don't go out to consultation because it's not perfect, what's going to happen? What do you really think is going to happen? Have you looked at what the new MPPF is going to bring for us? Less local control, more demands that better suit developers, lower environmental standards. That's what we'll get. So sit on your hands by all means, but that's what you're going to get. Or do you want to stay in the fight like your footballers are? It's not about perfect, I accept all that. This certainly is not perfect, it never is. Is the game that England's playing tonight perfect?
Yeah.
Is Tuchel going to be happy? He will if he gets the result, but we're not about perfect here. We're about a process. And we want to stay in that process so that Westminster doesn't decide what's going to happen or what's not. And if we do, the prizes are actually big. I saw it in 2017, and I don't often agree with Councillor Collins, but on tonight's occasion, I most certainly do. In Bishop's Tatchbrook, it means something when local residents can come up to you and say thank you for the affordable houses. 4 in 10 out of the 3,500 houses built in our ward are for affordable purposes. Kids stopped sleeping in the spare room and got their own place. They'd been married for 5 years. It's massive if you get this right. I mean, it's not just slightly good, it's absolutely game-changing. And I can say that firsthand. Now, I know you noticed I was late tonight. The traffic from Bishop's Tatchbrook was a problem, Chair, and I apologise for that. It is everywhere. We can't fix that with a local plan, a magic wand, or even England scoring another 3 goals. That's just what it is. But what we can do is shape it. We can put these corridors in. We can get the cycleways. We can stand up for those things that we see as being important. And we saw it again during COVID. Because we were building our own affordable houses, we were amongst the first local areas to actually keep a building trade going and to come out of what was going to be a massive building recession, if you may remember. So, you know, having a plan has probably, the 2017 plan, has brought in billions of pounds into Warwick District. Jobs, houses, and so much more. Now, of course, we didn't get all the infrastructure we want, but I've got a suggestion there. We need, as councillors, and remember why we were elected, to shape our community. We need to listen to our residents, and I do not agree that we have not listened to them so far. Over the last 5 years, we have had an extraordinary level of response from our residents, and we have taken on board their comments where we've been able to, in the shaping of policy, in the selection of sites. How many ward members here were actually spoken with by planning officers to review the actual sites in their areas, to get your feedback as a local representative on what you thought would work and would not work? So don't pretend this is being done to us. We have been working on this, and yes, it's not pretty. So our residents have been consulted, and councillors have been consulted. And while I recognise what the plan is, it's important we remain proactive. Don't give up. Just because we're dodos, let's not make this our legacy, that we gave up. Do you want those guys to do that tonight on the field? Or are they going to fight for the last penalties? Oh my God, I said the word. So my thoughts here, and I'm going to wait to declare which way I'm going to vote until we do vote, actually, because I really do want to hear the remaining 5 speakers. The point is, if we are going to do this plan, let's stick it to the government. Let's make sure that they are absolutely challenged to forward fund infrastructure. Why is it that we still don't have Europa Way finished? Why is it that this council had to find the funds to build Fusiliers Way to enable that development to happen? Why is it that we have to scramble around to rob Peter to pay Paul to build our leisure centres? It's because if the government wants us to hit these housing numbers, then they should front up the dough so that our residents do not have to live for years without the right infrastructure. And that's really what's behind a lot of the angst here tonight, in my view. So I'm keeping listening, Chairman, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Councillor. And I'll have to say there speaks an Aussie. Councillor Barton.
Yeah, thank you. I came here with an open mind, just like Councillor Day. I came here with a lot of 6 inches of paperwork, and I haven't written a speech. Some of the speeches that have come out tonight have been really heart-wrenching, been really interesting. And as Whitnash councillors, we can't help reflect on what's happened to Whitnash over the past number of years. You talk about Hatton Station, Hatton having 4,000 houses. We've had that in Whitnash. It all started going wrong when Warwick Gates was built and they decided to put the church and the shops in the corner of 1,500 houses. It didn't work. We built on South Farm. No infrastructure. We built on East Whitnash. No infrastructure. No shops. Our closest, biggest retail thing is Sainsbury's. Can we get to it? No, because we can't get down Tatchbrook Park Drive. You may be amazed to know that none of us three have had any objections to this plan. We've had nobody, apart from outside people like Hatton, etc., we've had nobody contact us about this local plan because it doesn't affect us. It doesn't affect us because we've built on most of Whitnash already. I used to remember when I used to go to school, somebody said about Covington or Leamington not being attached to Leamington. We weren't attached to Warwick. Many years ago, we weren't attached to Leamington. We were an individual little town. We're now part of Warwick and Leamington. People say, where's Whitnash? And it's quite hard to say where Whitnash is now because it's been gobbled up by Warwick and Leamington. It's disappeared. We go on about 20-minute communities. We haven't got a 20-minute community. They're building on East Whitnash now. That hasn't got a 20-minute community. They think going across a 1930s black bridge to the bus stop outside the church is a 20-minute community. That's how they sold that. And they sold it going to Whitnash Combined School. Well, you go over Black Bridge, you walk over Black Bridge, and you walk to Whitnash Combined. Kids don't, they drive. And that's the problem with East Whitnash and all that area there. It's just too much traffic now. We've had housing built down Golf Lane. We've got another establishment being built down towards the golf course. Golf Lane is an absolute nightmare because we've just built. So do we need a plan or don't we need a plan? I don't know. I don't know what will solve this. We've got a plan at the moment. That certainly didn't help Whitnash. We just built on it. Somebody talked about farms. We had some fantastic farms. I can remember going strawberry picking up where Warwick Gates is now. We used to get our potatoes from there. We now probably get them from China or somewhere now. But we've built on all our local farms. Our towns have lost our identity. And that's not good. It's not good for Whitnash, and it's not good for Warwick District. Whether we need a plan or don't need a plan, I don't know. But we've got to protect our communities, and we've got to make sure, unlike Whitnash, we get the infrastructure right. Am I voting for it? Am I voting against it? I don't know. I still don't know. I thank all the speakers here tonight. I thank the public for their input and everybody that wrote a speech here tonight. Because it's been really interesting, it's been heart-wrenching, it's been great from both sides. I don't know which way I'll be voting though. So do we need a plan? Don't we need a plan? I still don't know.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Harrison.
Yeah, I'll keep this really quick because I'm conscious of the time, but honestly, fantastic words said, and Councillor Barton there. This is the concern I've had. It's a really difficult one. We've all had these lengthy emails. I've been living Hatton area now, for 30, 35 years between Hatton and Lapworth, and it breaks my heart to see the consequences if I put my name against this plan, and this is the problem I have. Great arguments put forward in the local plan and really good points and work done. And I can see the consequences of not having a local plan as well, and I've been weighing up these arguments, but I can't, when I see that area of countryside, Hatton Station, truly out that way, gone, it will be gone over 20, 30 years. It's prime countryside, and that was the difficulty. We're only considering it because it was made available. I think if we had choices, we wouldn't have chosen that area, because to me it's an example, one of the best examples of, Warwickshire rural countryside. And it's a shame, it'll be such a shame to see it go. And, I know that area so well. And so that's why I can't put my name against this plan. It's an emotive, these are emotive arguments I'm putting forward. Voting with my conscience, I can't put my name against it. But, we need it. I guess we do need a local plan as well, because, what it will lead to. So I'm kind of abstaining because it is a bit of a conflict, not a conflict of interest, but it's a conflict in that I know that area so well. So I can't put, I can't really rest with my conscience to vote. It's the choice of putting a town on Hatton area was the problem that I had. Loads of good points in the local plan itself, but that's the problem I had. And so I in that case, I will be abstaining in that. And also there's points about the lack of viability of Hatton as well, which I kind of get because I know the area. There's lots of narrow country lanes there. It's just, it's got a canal running through the heart of it. It's got all the range of historic farm buildings, working farms there. The established hedgerows, the effect on wildlife. I couldn't think of, against my principles as a local, and as a Green councillor as well. So that's why I'm having such difficulty with it. So, however, they are emotive arguments in health. Therefore, I will be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Melrose.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to repeat the bits I think people have said, but I will put on record that I think this is one of the few times me and Councillor Day agree full-heartedly. We have to look above at what the need is, and I'm just going to ask councillors to reflect on the current housing need we have in Warwick District. For every one bed we have, we will have 140 people apply. I get emails saying I can't live or rent in this district, it's unaffordable, I need to move away from my family. I haven't got the adaptations, the wheelchair access for my homes, there's too few in the district. When are we going to get built? These are the emails I get daily. And people want to, and the same is with Stratford, because this is a joint local plan, we need to remember, whatever the result of LGR coming in the next 24 hours, we're with Stratford. And when we've spoke to them about housing is, we can't have our families live near each other. We can't. There isn't this infrastructure, there isn't this, we can't have these houses. We have been talking a lot today about policies, sites, plans, but at the end of the day, it's about people having homes. We all want to house homes. We've got people in temporary accommodation and bed and breakfast waiting to find a secure place to live. That's now. It's only going to keep growing. We've seen the housing list steadily grow. Now, we have assumptions of what happens to growth. We're going to have risks. That is every local plan you're ever going to see. There's going to be assumptions of risk. This goes on till 2051 if we approve this in the course of scheme. I'll be 59. I'll happily look back and see what assumptions were correct and risks were correct. But no one has a crystal ball. Apologies for anyone feeling the age comment. But that's the plan. No one knows. Otherwise, I'd be telling you now, tell me what the Argentina and England match results are going to be, Councillor Hales, but I'll ask in 5 minutes. We've had people tonight talk about, should we restart the plan? But restarting the plan, does that mean we're going to have a fundamental change? Will it give us a different result? It might not. And does that mean we're just kicking the decision down to the new authority? Because that's where it's going to be decided, the new authority. So there's either two options with that. We either go for a new plan and hope it gives a different result that everyone wants. But it might bring the exact same result, and what will people do? Look back at what we decided tonight and say, they had the results, they knew the information. Yes, is it perfect? No. Is there risk? Yes. But was the balance, and I can understand why some people, when they're looking at the balance, goes, you know what, the balance isn't right for me. I can completely get that from everyone in the chamber. But we might still have the same result in 3 years if we just try and do it, or we might have something worse. I don't like using the word gamble, but that's what everyone's been talking about tonight, and I think we have to think about the next 25 years. We have to think about the next generation. And at the moment, I've seen a lot of tonight is about now, and the risks. And we know the risks, and that's what we should be fighting together as a council, as Councillor Daya said, around the forward infrastructure. That should be our fight, not, is it perfect, yes or no?
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Bode.
Thank you. That was interesting. The point I was going to make on the infrastructure, not having money, how the calculations were wrong, because one company refused to take any grants into account. Well, they might actually be the smart ones, because there's no money about. There's no money for defence. So I'm sure there's no money for housing either. So it's a balance that the government needs to do. So the assessment that was made is probably the right one. I think that's important to know. And on the new building infrastructure on roads, we've already talked about it, so I won't mention it for long. But if you've got Victorian streets and roads built in the 20s and 30s, and you're putting 4,000 cars down, there's got to be a difference. Now, I recognise that Bishop Saxbrook had an awful lot of houses built, but they were on the periphery of the town and of Bishop Saxbrook, so you had modern ways in. You come to Leamington or Warwick, you haven't got that. You haven't got that opportunity. So it's a different kettle of fish.
Thank you, Councillor. Last and by no means least, Councillor Rossiter.
Thank you, Chair. Like many speakers before me, I agree that this local plan is not perfect. In truth, I don't believe any local plan ever would be. If we ask every resident across South Warwickshire to design the ideal plan, we will probably end up with hundreds of different versions. Every proposal involves compromise, and every allocation has an impact on someone. However, there is one reality that I think we cannot ignore. South Warwickshire needs more homes. I speak from personal experience, as I was priced out of the district and had to move elsewhere because buying a home locally simply wasn't affordable. I know I am far from alone. Many young people who have grown up here, who work here, and whose family are here have found themselves forced to leave because they cannot afford to buy in the communities they call home. We often talk about protecting our towns and villages for future generations. That also means ensuring those future generations have the opportunity to live here. If we fail to build enough homes, we risk creating communities that our own children simply cannot afford to remain part of. This plan is not just about meeting a housing target. It is about providing homes for local families, first-time buyers, key workers, while also requiring significant levels of affordable housing. It seeks to address a housing shortage that has been building for many years. I fully understand the concerns that residents have about traffic, infrastructure, and the impact of development, and those concerns are both genuine and important. But rejecting the local plan does not make the need for housing disappear. It risks leaving development to be driven by speculative applications rather than through a coordinated strategy that allows councils to influence where homes go and secure the infrastructure that communities need. For those reasons, while I recognize that no local plan will ever satisfy everyone, I believe this plan represents a responsible approach to addressing one of the biggest challenges facing our district. It is not perfect, but it's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Davison.
Thank you. A lot's been said. A quick response, I hope, to Councillor Barton, that if you do want communities, master plans is the best we've got. So do go for the plan, do engage with officers. Our chief exec is fantastic about this, about improving sites to make them more livable. They're not perfect, but they are so much better if that master plan is there and is made to fix. I've heard a lot of angst, people not wanting the plan, but I've only heard one big idea to improve, and that's from Councillor Aizlewood, to reduce the plan length. But no party supported the Greens when we went through that, so that has gone, unfortunately. I've heard nothing else, except we need to make it more sustainable. We need to have houses, but not here. We want them not in our ward. We need more houses to increase the headroom, but not in our ward. And so what's that going to add up to? Where's it going to go? We need more infrastructure. It's not right. Yes, we all know that, but not having a plan doesn't help that. We need more information. We haven't gone through enough detail. We've got an awful lot of information, and I understand this is normal for plans. There's always huge uncertainty. You can't get everything signed off at the time. So people have asked who's enthusiastic voting for this plan. I'm asking others, who's enthusiastic voting it down? What's your big idea? What are you going to do other than kick the can down the road? I hope I haven't said it's a bad plan. I have definitely said it's bad government policy. The numbers are crazy. It's skewed in favour of developers, and there isn't funding for the infrastructure. So that is right. But the plan, I believe, is remarkably good in the circumstances. It's been a fantastic job by officers. It protects residents in numerous villages that aren't on the sites, because if you have no plan, each village will got lots of houses dotted around. It's reducing the impact of congestion, but obviously it doesn't make it disappear. So I'm very much in favour of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor King, did you want to respond?
Yes, I will keep it brief. I want to thank all those who have contributed, members of the public, and of course councillors. It's been an interesting debate, and I think a wide range and of valid and very valuable points to be made. There is, though, one overarching fact that we cannot ignore, and that inasmuch as so many people have issues with the plan, are unhappy with the plan, it is because of the task that government has given us that we are where we are. I challenge anyone here, if they were in the administration which had to deal with this plan, to make a better one, because you wouldn't. Because the work that's gone into this from the officers has been so thorough and so deep and so well considered that, given the enormity of the task we have ended up with what I believe, and what we all believe here, who are going to vote for it presumably, is the best plan we could get. And I believe that thoroughly. I wouldn't take this job on. I wouldn't represent this plan in the way it is, and the way that I'm doing, if I didn't believe that. And that has to be what we all take on board. Because if we were to delay this plan or defer it, the problem that we have now exists exactly the same, except there'll be more penalties coming down from the government. It's the figures they're imposing on us. They're trying to squeeze far too much into a small area. That's our combined districts. Now, whatever happens, we either refuse to do it, or we do what we have been doing, and we put a huge amount of time and a huge amount of careful, considered thought, and we get where we are now. And the huge, really unfortunate and desperately tragic situation is that many people are deeply unhappy about this. And I can only say that I fully empathise and sympathise with that, but that is really the task we've been given, and I believe that we have done the responsible and put everything we can in to do this as well as we could with the conditions imposed on us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Well, it's obviously been a very in-depth and long debate, so...
Can we have a recorded vote, please?
Is that seconded? One, two. Recorded vote it is. just for the people in the gallery, we are having a recorded vote so that each councillor gives his view, yes, for, against, abstain, and the chief executive will read out the names, just so that you can follow what we're doing.
Beat me to it.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all
Sorry.
right. That's fine. That's fine. So, yes, councillors, just to aim at you, I'm just going to call out your name, and I simply need you to say for if you are in favour of the recommendation, against if, oddly enough, you're against it, and if it's neither of those two, abstain. So it's a one-word answer, please, and keep it polite. Okay. Right. And you will know, and I am going to do this, Councillor Luckhurst.
For.
Councillor Chilvers.
For.
Councillor Bill Gifford. Did you get? Okay. Councillor Caroline Gifford.
Against.
Councillor Claire Whiteman. For. Councillor Paul Whiteman.
For.
Councillor Tangri.
For.
Councillor Harrison.
Abstain.
Councillor Hales. Councillor Syson.
Against.
Councillor Bode. Councillor Billiard. Councillor Barton.
For.
Councillor Armstrong.
For.
Councillor Hazelwood.
Against.
Councillor Collins.
For.
Councillor Davidson. Councillor Davison.
For.
Councillor Kate Dixon.
Against.
Councillor Richard Dixon.
Against.
Councillor Falp.
For.
Councillor Firth.
Abstain.
Councillor Gorman.
For.
Councillor King.
For.
Councillor Knight.
For.
Councillor Kohler.
Against.
Councillor Margrave.
For.
Councillor Mateki.
Against.
Councillor Melrose.
For.
Councillor Milton.
Against.
Councillor Payne.
Against.
Councillor Phillips.
Against.
Councillor Redford.
Against.
Councillor Roberts. Councillor Rossou. Councillor Russell. Councillor Sinnott. And unless I'm very much mistaken, last but not least, Councillor Day.
For.
Thank you, Chairman. The calculation is that 21 councillors voted in favour, 15 voted against with 2 abstentions. Therefore, the motion is carried.
Thank you, councillors. We're... Sorry.
Oh, I know, but we've got a load of councillors leaving.
Oh. We going?
We've got a load of councillors leaving.
We move on to recommendation 7 from the Joint Cabinet. Note that all the above Oh, sorry. Wishful thinking that was. 6. From the Joint Cabinet is another that was revised by them yesterday to read: delegated authority to the head of place, art and economy, Warwick District, and head of South Warwickshire Local Plan, Stratford-on-Avon District, in consultation with the leaders and the relevant portfolio holders of both councils, to make minor amendments and corrections as necessary to the proposed submission documents including evidence-based documents. Also to include a further check by officers to ensure could, should and would are correctly applied within the plan, to ensure it is as robust as possible prior to the commencement of the public consultation. Please can I have a proposer and seconder? Propose, Councillor King. Councillor Davidson seconding. Do I have any speakers? Councillor Benteke.
Yeah, just quickly, if this is such a robust plan that council have just voted through, I don't really see the point in having this, and therefore I'll be voting against it.
Do I have any other speakers? No? Right. We need Councillor King.
I have nothing further to add, thank you.
Councillor Davison.
No, that's fine. This is normal tidying up. These are minor changes. It's nothing substantive.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll move to the vote. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions? Thank you, councillors. That's carried. Moving on, we really now are at number 7. From the Joint Cabinet, note that all the above recommendations require agreement of both councils in order for the South Warwickshire local plan to progress to publication Regulation 19 consultation. Can I please have a proposer and seconder? Proposing. Seconded. Do we have any speakers? No? Good. We move on to the vote. Oh, no, we don't. No. You said, yeah, okay. Shall we go for a vote? All those in favour? Yep. Thank you. That's... Oh, I'm going like a train now. Recommendation 8 from the Joint Cabinet. Note that once the Regulation 19 consultation has been undertaken, the opportunities for either council to make changes to the South Warwickshire local plan are very limited. Please, can I have a proposer and second? Proposing. Okay. Do I have any speakers? Yes. Oh, thank you. Do we have it? Councillor Bartlett.
Yeah, I would just like the definition of very limited.
Sorry?
I would like the definition of very limited.
Mr. Clark. You've been sitting there and nobody's disturbed you.
It's a difficult one. The plan that we consulted, Regulation 19, should be the plan that we propose to submit. However, there may be minor issues which don't relate to the soundness of the plan and are very small that we could suggest as amendments to the Regulation 19 plan that we could put before the inspector, and there is a procedure for doing that. Now, clearly, if you put too many of those before the inspector is going to say, well, they said they thought it was a sound plan and now they've got all these changes, you know, what are they playing at? And the inspector might conclude that it actually wasn't a sound plan at Regulation 19. So at the end of the day, it's a question of scale and degree and judgment that will have to be made by yourselves, advised, of course, by officers at that point in time. But if there are minor things that would maybe just improve the plan a bit, particularly help with clarity, then that should be acceptable to put before the inspector.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Do I have any other speakers? Councillor Davidson.
Just to add that I think it's the background papers that change more. So we've heard about the infrastructure and the viability and so on, and I think it's those that will need scrutiny from all of, or many of us in many ways.
Any other speakers? Did you want to add anything?
No, thank you. Happy to. Go ahead.
I think we now move to the vote. All those in favour? It's unanimous. Thank you. Moving on to recommendation 9 from the Joint Cabinet, which was revised. You were busy last night, weren't you? Last night to agree that following the close of the Regulation 19 consultation, the response to the consultation will be reported to the South Warwickshire Local Plan Advisory Group, the Overview and Scrutiny Committee at both councils, Joint Cabinet Committee and both councils, and that each council will at that time be asked to approve the South Warwickshire Local Plan and associated documents for submission to the Secretary of State for examination. Can I have a proposer and a seconder?
Councillor Day.
You're seconding? Oh, that's a surprise. Yeah. Thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Day.
The reason I'm seconding is because I think it's really, the team has played really well, cross-party in a rough old game. I'm sorry we didn't get the result tonight, but I did say we, didn't I? And I want to see it through. We do need to continue to play as a team to get this thing through.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Councillor King. Oh, no, he said his bit, hasn't he? Right, we can move to the vote. It's lovely. Going really like a train now. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Thank you, Councillor. Moving on to recommendation 10 from Joint Cabinet was an additional one that... Problem? No. That came from the good work of WD Scrutiny in that clear success criteria for the communication plans for the Reg 19 consultation be set out in advance. Proposer. Any speakers? None? Can we move straight to the vote? I think we can move straight to the vote. All the wait, don't rush. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Now, we have one more item. This is devastating, I know, because you all thought we were finished. Over to my gentleman on the left.
Thank you, councillors. As mentioned to group leaders earlier, and I have emailed all councillors, there was an additional recommendation decision taken by Stratford-on-Avon District Council this afternoon, reminding you of the earlier recommendation and decision you took in terms of making sure the decisions align. It's therefore just to highlight whether you wanted to consider that recommendation as well and make a similar proposal here at Warwick District. I think at this point I'm going to turn to Councillor King and Councillor Davison.
Thank you. So, Stratford District Council, as you will see if you've seen your emails, have passed an additional resolution which reads that the council write to all MPs representing the area to ask them to meet cross-party with ministers to request early government investment to help Stratford-upon-Avon District Council to achieve its aims. Now, as Mr. Leach has just pointed out, it's important for us to make our plans align as closely as possible, and the suggestion that we would propose, therefore, would be to simply to add the words Warwick District Council alongside Stratford-upon-Avon District Council to achieve its aims.
Are you seconding that, Councillor?
I'm seconding it and saying this was group leaders' unanimous decision, I think. So I think it's cross-party here.
Councillor Phillips.
A very technical question for Mr. Leach, I'm afraid. Earlier we've just voted that we should have both councils should pass the same motions. If we're now just out to change the motion that was passed today, sorry, thank you, Councillor Day, what happens? Because we are now going to say Stratford on Avon District and Warwick District, but Stratford Council hasn't actually approved the same motion. I say very technical, but I don't want to get this wrong, because I think it's a good motion.
I'm through you, Chair. My principal concern will be around item 5 and making sure that's identical. Because also earlier, recommendation 1, I draw your attention, you took a different decision to Stratford-on-Avon District Council as well, but that was one for noting. This one here, I think, is an important where you are, as I'm understanding from group leaders, or the proposing seconder, you're looking to support the work that Stratford-on-Avon has got in terms of the investment aspect, but actually it's a similar challenge for ourselves as well.
So are you saying it doesn't matter, they're not the same?
I am confident this will be acceptable, yes.
Councillor Mateki.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I'm extremely disappointed in Stratford District Council that they even thought about us when they did that. I'm sure had it been the other way round and we'd have thought about it and we were earlier, we would have probably said Warwick District Council and Stratford District Council. And I hope this isn't the shape of things to come if this is a twin unitary coming up where Stratford are only interested in their own needs.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor.
Just to very quickly say, I really hope that this could be used as an opportunity to also convey the cross-party unanimity that, you know, how angry we are with the housing allocations that have been decided. Don't expect anything to come of it, but they need to hear it from us.
Mr. King, did you want to come back?
I've already made my feelings clear on that, and I'm sure, well, I can't answer for everybody on this side, but I think it makes sense.
I think we can go to the vote on that one then. All those in favour?
That's unanimous.
Again, that's unanimous. Thank you, councillors. I think that's almost concluded the meeting. But before I move on to fixing of the common seal, please could we record our collective thanks in the minutes for Philip Clark, Head of Place, Art and Economy. After 28 years of service, countless challenges and probably more cups of tea than anyone could possibly count, tonight we end this meeting with our farewell to you, Phil. But no farewell should take place without a short career history that actually confirms one's age. So my first bit of delving into Phil's personal career history starts with local government at Bracknell Forest Borough Council. Never heard of it. From December 1986 to 1990, followed by Telford and Wrekin Council from 1990 to 1998. Again, not heard of them. On the 1st of June 1998, Phil began his career with WDC. best move you ever made, Phil. As group leader, policy projects and conservation. After 10 years, he moved to Cherwell District Council. Well, I have heard from him, but you know. Returning to, was it running you returned to WDC in April 2012 as Senior Project Coordinator, eventually becoming Head of Development in 2022, and then to Head of Place, Arts and Economy. Phil, I know I speak for all here this evening when I say you are a generous person with your time. You have patience, you have a wide knowledge that I have personally called on many times, and you are a true gentleman. You will be sincerely missed. 28 years of countless memories and one retirement. Good luck, Phil. We have a little... Here we go. Right, this is the bit I like. This is the last oh, sorry, we've done that bit. The last item on the agenda is the fixing of the Commerce seal as set out on the agenda. I will propose this from the chair, and I can see Councillor Davison indicating to second. You don't have to. Thank you. Meeting closed. Look at the time.